How's it going? Happy Saturday. Me too. Hopefully we can finish the base game today. That being said, I did try to log into the game earlier and it says, oh, you can't play this game, you have to buy it. Like, what? My PlayStation Plus ran out, basically. Yeah. I was like, what do you mean? I thought my PlayStation was broken for a second. I was so scared. I was like, wait, what? Because I've never played a PlayStation Plus game before, so that's the first time I've seen that message. So it kind of freaked me out a bit for a sec. Like, what do you mean? It was a giant, like, notification bar that showed up at the start. Uh-oh, it's that low battery. I hear a beeping sound. Too soon. Don't want to be plugged in. That's true, I do, don't I? I do. So let's see how far we can get today. Hopefully we can finish. I don't even know what section we're at. I think we started a new section, but I don't remember the details. That was what I was scared of as well. Let's mute this. Base game today, or at least get to the point where you get to. I hope so, honestly. Oh, am I laggy? Looks like it. Do we have to start again? Ah, that looks bad. I'm not sure what triggers the lags, honestly. It's so strange. But anyway, hope you've had a great week. Very busy, unfortunately, but we pushed through and now it's the weekend, so we've got more time to chill now. So red. Balance. At least it's not laggy. Okay, that looks so much better as well. 3900. No, it looks like it's still pretty laggy. Yeah. So odd, like what triggers this? Ugh. You know what? I'm just gonna pause this for a bit. Really bad. Let's close that, close this, minimize. No, so I've got this camera. Don't know if you can see it. I've got this camera here, and I use it for my YouTube shorts because my PC can't take any more streams. So I'm already streaming to 2 platforms on my PC, which is TikTok and Twitch. And the Twitch stream is a dual stream as well. So it's basically 3 streams on my PC, and I'm also playing the game as well on PC. So I can't add another stream to it, unfortunately. So that's why I have an extra. I know. That's why I have an external camera, because I know the short stream definitely bring in more views than the regular streams. So that's the only reason why I do it. Like if the gaming stream itself is perfectly fine, which is this one, if it draws the crowd on its own, I wouldn't bother with the shorts live at all. But it doesn't. People don't watch it. They really don't. So when I noticed there is an influx of people, which now, even though I was only live for like what 2 minutes, how many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I don't see 8 people on the actual short live with the gameplay. But the shorts one would just pull people for whatever reason. It's so weird. I think that YouTube just doesn't push out shorts on lives. It doesn't. So sometimes people are actually curious as to what I'm doing because they can only see my face. I'll tell them I'm playing a game to come watch the gameplay. That's the only reason I have this stuff. But yeah, it is a hassle, but if it's the only thing I can, if it's the only way I can get people to actually watch the gameplay, that's the only reason I'm doing it, really. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. I didn't realize that many people would be on their phone. I don't even. That's the funny thing. I don't even watch shorts like at all. I'm never on shorts ever. I mean, I do upload to shorts as well from time to time, but I never use it personally. Yeah, yeah. It's weird how people get their content. It's so strange. Like I personally would doom scroll TikTok live like for hours on end, but I would never pick up my phone and be like, oh, let me go on YouTube. No, I don't even know what it looks like. That's the funny thing. Like sometimes you see me asking Talion, like, "Oh, what is YouTube Shorts? Can you see it?" Blah blah blah. Because I have no idea what it looks like to the end user. No clue. That's how I ask them sometimes. Is there a picture? I've been uploading pictures, but I don't even know if there's a picture. It's so strange. Yeah, I think people just have their personal preference when it comes to like getting content, and you never know where people are gonna find you as well. So it really does make a huge difference if you put it everywhere, because it's not the same eyes that are gonna see it. Very often it would be like new people that never come across your content. So it's a lot of work, but if you're looking for some kind of growth, it's very encouraged, I guess. I'm yapping a lot as well. What the hell? I think I would have that much energy today. I barely got any sleep. Thank you, Roix. Appreciate it. I don't even know if I'm saying your name correctly, by the way. Is it Roix? Okay, should I start again? Or should I just leave it for a bit? Because sometimes if I go back to it, the lag goes away, but I don't know what triggers it to begin with. 9 people. Just like that. But anyway, it's all good. Let's see if we can get it to work. Okay. Do I need to restart it maybe? Let's see if that works. Public. Works. Welcome in. We'll get started soon. Bear with me. Okay. Ooh. Oh shoot, really? Is that today? Is that today? Does it say the date? Because I don't even know. Is that today? I know it's 20 something. I don't know if it's 25 or 20th actually. What day did Forspoken come out? The day Forspoken released is the day it is. Whenever that was. A couple of years ago. Forspoken. 2023. So it's been 3 years. Forspoken. What day did it release? 24th. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh my god. That's mad. Wow. Thank you. 3 years. And what do I have to show for it? Nothing. Yay. Love that for me. Anyway. Let us play Bloodborne. Who cares? This. It looks a bit more stable. Thank God. Go live. I didn't hear anything. Why is it so quiet? Thank you. Welcome in. Is it laggy? Yes or no? Most bitch. Oh yeah. So I think they make you like, oh shoot, where am I? Where am I and what was I doing? What am I doing here? Damn, it's been so long. Thank you for the sample, Len. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bruh. I don't know where I am. Or where to go. Life has been lifing, you know. I've been busy. How's work going? Hi. Working on the weekends is no fun. What the hell? Uh, really? Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I think the last time I had a work on the weekend was like maybe 9 years ago. And I was doing this contract job where they just like call you anytime and be like, can you work today? God, that was hell. I hated it so much. Especially being a black woman as well. It's like, bro, my hair is not done. I don't want to go anywhere looking like this. What a hot mess. Les down, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. People play Bloodborne on here. This upsets me that I don't have a PlayStation. Oh, are you planning on getting one soon? I wonder if it's cheaper. Can't remember how much I got it when I got mine. Expensive. I don't know who that is. Insane. We're playing Bloodborne, and it's pinned at the top if you want to see the gameplay. Bloodborne. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't remember. Ooh. I remember the fire thing. There was like a fire pot, but how do I get there? I have no clue. Damn, you're so French, Tuki. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize you were so French. Like you read in French. That's wild. I would have never known. Thank you. Am I from Croydon? Have I ever been to Croydon? I think I've been to Croydon once in my life. And it feels like, how is that even still London? I think that's a real question. Because it seemed like miles and miles and miles away. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna come to PC. They just need to remaster this game. It's got so many bugs as well. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just go back to the stream. Bruh. I don't remember anything. It's been. Maybe she'll jog my memory a bit. Hi, doll.
Welcome home, good hunter.
Sony needs to give up the IP and give it.
Off.
I wonder how much did they pay for this? And why is it still legally binding after years, since 2015? Like, what did they pay for this? Do you get what I mean? That must have been a lot of money. Oh, did you hear about Ubisoft and the cancellation of Sands of Time? I didn't even know they were making that game. Like, it would have been great because I really would want to play it again. Can you say no? I can't. Not bad, thank you, kitty. Sekiro got a paw. Oh yeah, Sekiro was so good to play on PC. I played it on PC as well. Sekiro was nice. It was really good. Never saw this game before. It's quite old. It's from 2015. Sekiro was good. Really good. Oh my god. I feel like I have to just go watch the previous VOD because I... Oh right, we fought the Amy thingy? And now we are... doing something that I can't remember. Oh my god. Fuck. Not Amy's chamber. 100% the Souls like, and this is on my list, but I want to stream. I want it on my Steam achievements. Oh. It would be nice to have everything in one place. Maybe that's something they could work on. Collabing to get all the gaming achievements from every major platform. That would be really cool, actually. Actually, no. I think that would expose my obsessive gameplay habits. Because I think I've got like 6,000 hours of Elden Ring on Steam and another 3,000 on PlayStation. So, yeah, no. Nobody needs to see that. Yeah. I have a problem. I've been playing it since actually I've played like 6 times already, like 6 gameplays. And a lot of them is just challenge runs, to be honest. Is it laggy again? Oh no. So I spend a lot of time in the game. So weird that they haven't done anything with Bloodborne, especially, right? I wonder like how much what's it called? I wonder how much updates it gets as well. Maybe they've got like patch notes to tell you how often they update it. I mean, I don't care, but it will be nice to know that they're still updating certain things from time to time, I guess. I mean, if it's approved by the creators of the game, then yeah, I'll be all for it. Oh right, I remember. I remember. Oh wait, I had to fight like 3 NPC invaders and some coffin-looking thingies, bro. This is why he's taking long breaks from this game, man. Or from any game, really. I think I've already finished this section. Yeah, I finished this section and then went to the other side. Yeah. But I don't know what that lamp is called. Ugh. Miss Yaki needs to give Sony a what? A kitten. Reckon they let PC have Bloodborne on God. Oh, they've released Rebirth as well on is it PC or no? On the Switch recently. I've already played it. Why did my husband leave? Wow. Yeah. I'm curious or tempted to play it again on the Switch, but nah. I just played it quite recent as well. I think like a year ago, so there's no need to replay it again. I think I have to go everywhere because I don't remember where that was. Oh shoot, yeah. That's exciting. Do we know when that's being released? Definitely need to grab that when that drops. For sure. Oh, I've been seeing a lot of like clips of Fable online as well. That looks quite interesting. I hope it's on PlayStation because I can't play that on PC. It looks really, really demanding, the graphics. Is it Lumen Flower? No, it can't be. Is it? No. Maybe? It's only been a week, by the way, and I've forgotten everything. Thank you. Is that Nemesis? No. Fuck. We're gonna be here a while. don't think it's this headstone. I know it's past the jail, but is it Unseen Village maybe? No, I didn't play Berserk. I didn't. I heard some good things though, and I saw some clips, but I never played it. I think there was another Souls-like that got released around the same time as well. I think it might have been... There we go. I think it might have been, Night Rain? Was Night Rain that dropped around the same time? So I never got to play it. There was something else that dropped. I can't remember what it was, so that took priority for me. Ooh, I remember. Yes, I found it. And I remember where to go. Shocking. Yes, the lift. The lift then takes you to the room with the giant pot thingy that teleports you. That took a minute, but you know, we got there in the end. I have other things, you know, that I think about. Don't just think about games all day. I have zero personality, It's okay. There's the love me anyway. Roof. Oh, there. Shit. Is it still laggy? There we go. Bro. Okay. Can we be real? What do you mean? Real about what? What do you want to talk about? What is it? What's on your mind? That dog. Oh my god! Isn't a nose ring meant to be a red flag? By whose standards? Who made up that rule? Are you a sheep? Are you just following what somebody else says? Sounds like you are a sheep. Link not working. Is it not? If you go to my profile and go under the live section, you should see it there. So it's one of the... Should be the first link, I think. Sounds like you're a sheep who can make up their own mind. See, you're asking me a question and you haven't validated if that question was true or not, you know? And you're making assumptions. Yeah, you're a sheep. Make up your own mind. The internet... Is this still bad? I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to end it, sadly. Because I don't know why it's so laggy. Hi, Bleep. I don't know if I have to go through the pot thing. Like, maybe I just think they're cute. Does that have anything to do with my character? No. Does that define who I am? No. It's just silly, stupid piercing. Jesus Christ. Isn't it meant to be a red flag, though? What a dumb thing to say. An idiot. Woo! The fact that I got it before I was even 18 is the funny part. Like, it was just, oh, there's a piercing shop. Let me just go in and get a piercing. Not because there was any deep meaning behind it. Like, the fuck? I'll get a Snapchat, right? It was just an impulsive thing that I did on a whim. I've actually taken it, I got it before I was 18. And then I took it out because I had like an infection. It wasn't really an infection, it was just like swollen and I wasn't taking care of it. I was young, I didn't know what I was doing. And then I took it out for like a year or two and then I got it back again. Honestly, I'm surprised my nose survived, honestly. Oh, perfect, welcome in. Naughty? Is that Naughty? This is my first playthrough, yes! That's why I'm very lost. I don't know what I'm doing. I've done most of this before. But, I don't remember because I took a couple of days off the game. Oh shoot, they're gonna keep popping up, aren't they? Ugh. I don't remember where to go. Girl. Alright, that's the wolf thing. Right, I remember killing that one. I think I need to take the port to the other side. I didn't take offense to it. I asked you a question. You're making an assumption. I'm saying make up your own mind. I didn't take offense to it. Like, do you see me going off at you? I said you're dumb for just making an assumption that's not based on fact. And that's And that's fact. Did I beat the spider? Amy? This spider? This one? I'm actually offended for spiders that you were referring to this thing as a spider. This thing? If I was a spider, I would be upset. No, not this thing. I don't know what spider you're talking about then. Hi Alan, hi Phenom, how's it going? Thank you, Baylor. How's it going? Alright, Bell Lady. You care, clearly, Robert. You care, don't you? You're cute. You care. Robert is so mad. Oh my gosh, because I called out their BS. Cute. Hi, Tilly. How's it going? You clearly care. Oh, right. It's all coming back to me now. I got ganked. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I got ganked. Let's try and avoid that again, shall we? There was a circle of coughing thingies. Oh, right. Thank you, Alan, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Has the moon turned red yet? You mean is the sky purple? Yes, very. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. We did Rom. Oh, Rom. Rom is the spider. Of course. That was clearly a spider, surely. Yeah, Rom. Yeah, we did Rom. Rom was interesting. All of the, if you missed any VOD, it's on YouTube. If you want to catch the rest of the gameplay. You don't care? Aww. But here you are still chatting to me for somebody who doesn't care. You could have kept scrolling, you know. But it's okay. We can hang out. You're enjoying the attention, aren't you? Today's your lucky day. I've got time, you know? Got time. Play this at Halloween. I can see why. It's freaky. Oh, do you know what part almost killed me? The bloody Forbidden Woods. Is it Forbidden Woods or Forbidden Forest? Those snakes almost sent me out, honestly. They almost took me out. I didn't think I would make it past the Forbidden Woods. I really didn't. It was so hard. I had to get somebody to play for me as well because I couldn't manage. Charitable streamer gives trolls. I know, right? Oh, I'm doing the Lord's work. Oh, wait. Is that a summon? It is. Why is that here? So there's a boss here. Oh, is that a boss room? That's a boss room, isn't it? That's a boss room, isn't it? Am I ready? I'm not ready. I need to explore that section. Do I watch Harry Potter? No. Fake eyebrows. Actually, no. These are mine. But thank you, though. They look so good. You thought it was fake. That's crazy. That is crazy. Completed 10k sub. Oh, nice. Naughty. Congrats. I'm trying to get like you. My teeth. What's wrong with my teeth? You think they're cute? They're mine, you know. None of that fake stuff. Ooh. Oh, right. They've got range. Can we not do this today, please? Nope. Oh, right. There. That's where I died. Girl. Girl. Hey, I just want to see what's on this side, and then I can go back to, I think that's a boss room. I'm just gonna go back that way if I die again. the chatter is a dentist. I highly doubt it. Can I sing Indian? I'm not Indian, so no. You didn't get ignored, Ronald. You just didn't say anything. You're not speaking the language that I can speak, so I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not American. That's cool. Parkland. Really? Make it make sense, please. Come on. In between, what would the message say? What would the message say? Oh, the bridge. Oh, with a sniper. Hi, song. Is it? Oh, shoot. Oh, that's the wolf, isn't it? Can I get behind you? Yeah. Stay right there. Nice. I can't play anything. I don't have music. Sorry. Thank you, Abby, for the heart me. Hi, Jones. I hear something. Like singing. Is that singing? Bro, how many Ugh. Way too many exits here. I don't think I've been to this one, have I? Oh, wait. I think I have. Maybe? Bruh. Who the hell? Oh, there. Right. Your aim is trash, bro. What the hell? The dungeons probably not, no. Why is everybody requesting songs though? Like, do you think I'm singing? I'm so confused. Where's the backside? There. Something else to go up your backside. We're playing Bloodborne. Honestly, it's not so bad. It really isn't so bad, 30 FPS, you know? Or maybe because... I'm playing it on a 4K screen. I don't know. But it's not so bad. Bro. Why does everything look the same? I don't even know where this is relative to where I'm coming from. So I haven't been in that port then. No, we're not. In Velo, no. Oh wait, I should have gone up to the other side. Yeah, it's pretty good for an old game, yeah. Right. Okay. 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 So it's the same one. Okay. Back down this way and in that room. Or maybe just stick to the main road. Actually, I could just go backwards and come back this way. Ooh. Another set of stairs. Great. Oh wait, I've been up this one. Bruh. And that's the room I went into. Okay. That doesn't open. Hi, hello. Yes, we're playing Bloodborne. If you want to watch the gameplay, it's here. But apparently the link isn't working, which is very strange. Should work. Did I just open freaking... Ooh! That's the strangest ad to begin with. It does work. The leak does work. That is the strangest ad to begin with. Does your loo smell, you know? What the hell? I don't even think I know any song by XX Tentation? Is that Tentation? Temptation. Yeah, I don't think I know any song by them. Hi, Hamden. Maybe I've heard one, and I just don't know. Oh. Yeah, I feel like we should still explore first, because I feel like there's a bunch of stuff that I've left behind. Did I come from this way? I think I might have. Sorry, I took a couple of days off this game, so I'm not entirely sure where I've been and where I haven't been. So that doesn't do anything as well. Thank you. Am I still laggy, by the way? Is the stream still laggy? If it is, I'm gonna have to turn it off and you can catch the main stream. Oh, okay. Okay. I know exactly where okay. It's all making sense again. So just go straight down to the boss then. Here we go. Because everything looks the same. I didn't even realize the ones that I just killed were the same ones circling or in a circle a couple of days ago. Who was murdered? You know what, I need a pizza while watching this. Damn. Wow. So I'm the streamer that people eat to. Interesting. I know there's a streamer for everything. I didn't realize I was the one people ate to, you know? Do I like that? Well, at least it's eating. It could be worse. Thank you, Lesbian, for the sub. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh, that's very kind. 6 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Lesbian. Are you cool with me calling you Lesbian, by the way? Oh, I know he's dead, but I just didn't know. I look like Nicki Minaj. Wow. I just don't think I know any of their songs. Somebody was asking me XX or Tupac. I'm gonna go Tupac, you know. What the? Wait, what? Excuse you? You look super fertile today. I'm scared. What does that even mean? Whatever. How many of the Souls games have you played? Last I was active on the chat, it was some ER puzzle, some Elden Ring puzzle. I was in a puzzle in Elden Ring. I played everything that's dropped recently except Kazan and the monkey one. What's the monkey one called? Honestly, Grim, the things people think it's okay to say to me is actually quite scary. Cool. Enjoy. Instagram is lit. Kinda. I refuse to post on Instagram ever again. Wukong, that's it. I'm done. Maybe I'll just shut down the entire thing. And apparently, they want to make you pay for removing the subs now on that app. So now you have to pay $3.99 just not to see ads, which is weird, right? Because every time I go on the app, like I don't scroll. I have a weird habit of just like posting and just closing the app. Yeah, apparently, yeah, they want to make you pay for it now. And every time I go on there, the first thing I see is an ad. I was like, oh, good thing I'm not scrolling anyway, so I don't have to actually worry about this. Where wins me? That's not. Somebody was asking about Souls. I don't think that's a Souls game, is it? Maybe. Hi, Helen. How's it going? Before someone nuked my pro. Oh wow. 200,000 views. Wait, 200,000 views on Instagram before someone nuked my profile. People be hating, man. I hate that shit. Like you should see my block list. It's actually quite scary. Like I'd be blocking people every second of the day. Like I find it very therapeutic, actually. So much fun. Like they just watch you and don't engage with you, and I just block, you know. Feels good. Wu Chang, Falling Feathers. Right. So 3 then. 3 in between. Thank you for the follow and for the hype turn. I don't know what triggered that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. My best weapon, this one, because I've been running with it the entire time. The Tonitrus, if it fits the boss, I guess. So I think I've only played with those 2, the Spare and the Tonitrus. I don't. Yeah, like I do want to post stuff, but I feel like I'm just being watched and nobody's engaging with me. It's so weird. It's such a weird, icky feeling. Like I feel dirty as well. Like why are you watching me? Ew. Yeah, it's got range, and I think the only issue that I have with it is I can't find resources to level it to max. Hi Mohammed, how's it going? I don't think, was that meant to be Riz? Because that's weird, right? Was that meant to be a Riz comment? Like who says that to people? People you don't know for that much. Oh, I don't have any gain on this. Sorry. I can't project my voice any higher than this. I'm so sorry. Shall we? I'm scared because I know once I go in, I'm fully committed. Do you get what I mean? Do you know if a woman's body is colder compared to a man's body? I have no idea. I don't know. Is that a thing? Maybe? No clue. Is it gonna fall out of the sky? No, I just can't. Like I feel like I can't from here, right? It's so strange. Like I can't project my voice any higher than this. It feels like I'm shouting. Does that make sense? I actually can't physically do it. Well, I mean, I could try for a few seconds, but I can't consistently do it. Thank you, Rio. I appreciate it. They can withstand the heat in the kitchen for a long time. Wow. I didn't expect it to go that way, but sure. I don't sing, no. The last upgrade is near the end. Oh, okay. Yeah, same as you. Yeah, that's why sometimes I'm like, oh, what are you saying? But People actually think I'm faking it, but I don't know how to project my voice. There's one thing being angry. Like if I'm angry, it will just come out anyway. But like regular talk, I can't do it. I'm scared. I'm actually so scared. Shall we? Is it just gonna drop from the sky? That's just my only concern. Like I don't know where it's gonna come from. Oh, okay. We get a cutscene. Perfect. Oh, is it the witches again? The moon is looking fertile. Thank you, angry. I think. Did I just drop out of the moon? Sorry, I was paying attention, but not really paying attention. That came out of the moon, wasn't it? Yeah, we're cooked. Oh! Oh no! They just had to give you a range, didn't they? Ooh, oh no. Big dips. Bro, what the hell? Everything is spewing out something. What the? Well, at least it's taking damage pretty well. Oh no! Ooh. Not the kick. Don't kick me, bro! Like, rude. That kick was unnecessary, though. Sheesh. Good representation of social media. In what way, Alan? Please elaborate. In what way? Let me see if I got a nice screenshot. I'm probably... Oh, I did. I did. That's dope. That's gonna make tomorrow's cover photo. Assuming I don't kill it today. Which I hope I do. It seems to be quite easy. Yeah, right? Except it transforms and it turns into something that I can't actually land my attack on, then... What? I'm just trying to see the pictures, man. What the hell? Can I tell you a joke? Thread lightly. Okay. Make it haha funny, not haha weird. Okay? Yeah, there's some good ones. Damn! Ooh, imagine if that was literally like the perfect frame. Do you realize how good that would have been? Oh man, that would have been perfect actually. If I caught the actual frame. Oh shoot. Oh. Does it make sense to go from here? Actually, I think it makes sense to go from the jail. Yeah, the jail makes more sense. Thank you. Thank you. My roommate made the soundtrack. What soundtrack? Hi, Vimto. What soundtrack? Really? It doesn't work? Oh, shit. Oh. A chapel? No, I think I'm just gonna go back here. Yes! Well, this one is too heavy to pick up. Where's the other one? He's been really quiet lately. I don't know what's wrong. He's been very quiet. Like he's been sleeping a lot more. Maybe I should be concerned. Should I be concerned? Like, he's usually, like, proper active, but he's been very quiet. But right now, he's in his crate. Snow? Oh? I don't know. You good? Like, he's always so chill all of a sudden. Oops, sorry. He's got food residue all over him, so ignore. Hi DJ, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You good, Snow? Maybe he's just getting older. Like, he had so much energy like a couple of years ago. It's actually insane that he's just calm now. Like, if you were here when he was first born, like, he would literally run up to me and jump me every time I went live. Crazy, crazy dog. Anyway. Yeah. He's kind of cute. Oof. Oh, you're so itchy. Yeah. I hope this is the right side. Nah. Ugh. Always wrong. Actually, this could be a nice path as well. To the boss, I think. Yeah, I think that could make sense actually. Oh shoot, this dog is gonna kill him. Yeah, I need to find the fastest way to this boss. Girl, it's not even that long of a jump, is it? Okay, and here and down the stairs and to the right. Yeah, except the sniper might kill me though. Yep! And this guy. Do I want to deal with this every time I want to fight this boss? Do I really want to deal with this? Is the boss in there? Oh shoot. Ah crap, I'm lost. I'm so lost. Flip. Lost. Where's the boss again? Oh. Right, that was not a shortcut at all. Right, on the other side here. So... yeah, I need to find a shorter way to get here. Because I don't want to deal with all of that on the way down. I just beat Gaviscon. What the hell do I do next? Luke, honestly, I wish I could tell you this is what to do, but you might have to look up a guide on YouTube or something. So there is I don't know if you've met the kids. There's some kids that need an item that you pick up close to Gaviscon's arena. So there's like a lift or a ladder to a church. So you want to take that ladder to the church and activate the church. It's called Cathedral Wards. Oh, where's the fire even coming from? Is that coming from the sky? I thought he was shooting out fire as well. No, you didn't just die on me. Come on. Oh, the witches! Oh. So can I kill them? What's happiness to me? What's happiness to me? Being able to sleep and eat whatever I want without the guilt? That's happiness. That's true happiness. Yeah. I almost adopted a Oski, but I know I got no enough time. Honestly, that's so fair. Dogs are not easy, man. They are so demanding. And like with kids, they grow out of a certain phase, right? And then they become slowly more independent. But with dogs, no. Nope. It's just that phase forever. So honestly, I feel like they're a lot more work than actual kids. If you want to keep them long term, I think. Way more work. Ah, shit. Bro, which side has the... Which side has the roof? What the heck, man? Yes, you can get it on my YouTube, Jay. I've got a playlist for my Bloodborne playthrough if you want to see the rest of the VODs. I've been playing it since December, so yeah. We're currently on part 15, but I think the numbering might be 1 or 2 values wrong. So yeah, we've been playing it for a while. Oh, why do I keep falling off, man? Well. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Talion, for the Subway Prime. You're doing good. Ugh. I'm all over the place today. Am I daydreaming? I'm playing a game. I know. Thank you for the follow. Do you do COT? What does that mean? I do COT. What's I do COT? Which side has the freaking roof? Oh, it's this side. Sheesh! And why are you here? I got my PC now. Nice. Hope it wasn't too it's the bass. Oh. Ooh. Yep, you're gonna die. Oh. Yeah, look at him go. Crazy doggos. Oh shoot. Are you sure? Oh yes. Yes. Really? I have to deal with all of this? This is absolute madness, man. Are you sure this is a shortcut? Bro, I'm already dead. I don't know who that is, R. I haven't met a Lodwig. I've seen Lodwig's blade, but that's it. Hi, Johnny. Into a carriage. So I took the wrong exit after the port then. Oh, you mean your PC? Yeah, feel free to post. Just the wrong direction. Okay. Oh, flick. Bro! Oh my god. Oh, honestly, I need to get back as well. Like, I thought I would have finished playing this game already, so I can start playing the new patch. I haven't played it. I haven't touched the new patch at all. Hi, Dark Freaky. And Valashia? Is that Valashia? Great. Okay. Right, okay. I can see. Thank you. The lips and souls are really test my pain. Honestly, they're so annoying at times. Okay. Whoa. Is he talking? I think I should add like electricity or fire maybe. What's that stagger just then? Body blocked. It's kicking, it's kicking. Ooh, ooh. Body blocked. Stamina. I can't move. I can't move. Oh, the witch is gone. They're healing him? Well, I couldn't tell. They're clearly doing a very bad job. I couldn't tell. No way you had a vids on 7 Remake. Yeah, we did a lot of 7 content. Thank you, Peacemaker. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Lesbian. I appreciate you. We did a lot of on 7, a lot. You might not find the base game on YouTube though. But there's some playlists. Actually, no. Not TikTok. Twitch did like a purge, didn't they? Like a year or 2 ago with the highlights. I had a bunch of highlights, but they only allow like 100 gig or something now of data to remain. So I think they deleted most of it. If it's not on YouTube, then yeah, sorry. It was on Twitch at some point and they got rid of it. So I never played the original 7. I wasn't privileged enough. I lived in Africa. We didn't have a lot of resources, so I only played it 3 years ago, I think, after being forced multiple times, and I said no, I don't want to play. Talia was like, just try it out, see if you like it, and I really liked it. I liked the base game, and then I played Integrate, and I was bawling because Yuffie made me so sad, right? Her past story and her story itself was just like, it was so touching. And I really liked Rebirth as well. And confirmation of Wedge and Biggs broke my heart. Like, I was in pieces. And then, because I was still hopeful for them, right? I was like, you know, it's Final Fantasy, they'll be back, you know? And then when it was confirmed that they wouldn't be back, I was like, no, that's impossible. How could you? No. And then Eris, the part where she was doing the story, the play, that was really, really sad. And again, Eris at the end, I was, again, delusional and trying not to accept the fact that she was no more. And then I watched what did I watch? I watched Advent Children, which is funny. I have seen Advent Children before, like when it first dropped, but I didn't know what context it was, you know. I didn't know what it was. So I just watched it for watching's sake. And yeah, it all made sense, and there was a confirmation that she was, you know, gone. It's kind of sad. But yeah, I'm really hopeful for the next one. We don't have a name yet, do we? Hopefully another R. Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. I think, what's her name? Is it Madam M? That's definitely on YouTube if you can find it. Madam M, the first part of the massage. Yeah, that was brilliant, honestly. I didn't expect that from such a serious game. Like, it's got like its moments. It's like Yakuza, right? It's like Yakuza, I really like it. But it's very sad as well. I still think you would like the OG as well. Maybe. I mean, now that I've played, what was the other one we played recently? Now that we played, Evilise Chronicles Tactics, I think I might be able to give that a go. Yeah. But I just don't know how much time it's going to take. Reunion! Oh, okay. Reunion? That sounds hopeful, right? Who are we being reunited with? Eris? I'm not asking for spoilers because I know some of you already know because you play the original. That being said, I don't know how much they've deviated from the original game. No clue. Hi, Needy. How's it going? Ooh. I read Sephiroth's voice popped in my head again. Oh, because of Reunion. Is it a PlayStation update? For what? For Bloodborne, or are we talking about Final Fantasy? There is a port to PlayStation. Oh, actually, this is PlayStation 4. It's got backwards compatibility, I think. So I think this is 4. I think. Could be wrong. I'm not even sure where to confirm that. Where would that be? Maybe the product page? Yeah, that's 4. Yeah. And you can play 4 games on 5. Yeah. Hi, Tokyo. Thank you, Noah, for the follow. Are you even seeing this chat? I am, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 chats, so I'm taking my time through all of them. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, Vimto. What weapon are you using just now on the boss? Oh, right. I'm using the spare, because somebody asked me what was my favorite weapon, and I said the spare. I'm using the spare with... I don't know if you can access the rune names from here. Can you get the rune names? Well, there, blood gem, sorry. Skill scaling plus 12. Physical attack up plus 7. Physical attack. Is that physical attack or physical defense? Up at full HP plus 2. Slow poison effect plus 3. And physical attack plus 4. On my character, I only have the blood vials and I think stamina on my character. Thank you, Nick. They already used Reunion for recent I see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how it goes. Very exciting. Do we have a date? I don't really keep up with game news, honestly. Like, it kind of gets overwhelming after a while. I'm not even gonna lie. Because I have so much that I'm dealing with IRL as well, so... The last thing I want to fill my head with is useless information that's not gonna get me anywhere. Sorry, Jaff. Thank you for the follow. With no spoilers, since you also played OG, did you think the ending of the second game, you like it? Congrats. Congrats! Why congrats? They said they just got broken up with and you said congrats? Oh my gosh. That's brutal, man. Go fight for your love! Don't let nobody talk you out of what's yours. I don't know. Have I been here before? No. Bloodtoons, right. Oh, right. Oh, really? That's where you get the gun damage from. Because my gun doesn't do jack shit. Bruh, where am I even going? Oh, it's just... Ah, right. I see. It's just, goes around. Do I like India or Indian people? I don't care. If you're a kind person, then I like you. It's that simple. I don't care where you're from. Kindness is cute. Well then. That's YouTube. The unhinged. Over there. Oh. Bro, what are you doing? Sympathy is sexy. Yeah, I like that. It is, isn't it? Empathy is sexy. Is this the library? The upper level of the library. Go all the way to the end. I think I have to go through the other side. Thank you, Reginald. The range on them is crazy. Yeah, I had to accept it, but you're good. I don't think I'm running a strict auto mod, but sometimes it just decides on its own. Yeah, I can't get it to do damage though. Well, I can, but I don't like it because it's too heavy. I feel like the animation is way too slow for me. Is that Lona? Thank you so much for the rose. Hunt the great ones, hunt the great ones. Okay. Thank you, Tokyo, for the sub. Sorry, my dog is acting funny in the back. Are you gonna show up? Come on. No way! What the heck was that? Sheesh. Master William was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. You mean the dog? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. You good, bro? Oh, I remember this. Oh, I remember you. Yeah, I don't know. He's like hugging all the pillows or something. Or just trying to get comfortable. Yeah, I didn't know the stretch that far. If you do something sus now, I will subscribe. I don't need you here. Be on your way. I don't beg for subs. Or views. Nah, you can keep scrolling, man. Honestly, you're good. Just keep scrolling. It's okay. I'll survive. Hi, honey bunny. No, it was someone on YouTube telling me to do something sus for a sub. I don't know. I think they assume these subs pay people or something, because I don't really know what people are thinking. Do you think that puts money in my pocket? Do you think that puts money in my pocket? Like, why should I care if you sub or not? Okay. Good for you, man. Good for you. Bro, is this another room? I am very lost. Ooh. It does. I think it's called a lecture hall or something, right? Do I want to deal with this giant troll situation? We're playing Bloodborne. Why is he... Wow. Damn, he's doing big dips. If you want to see the gameplay, it's in that link, the link that I just posted. Or you can go to my page. Yeah, I didn't know there was a ladder there to send. Do you get what I mean? I didn't see it because I was hyper. Oh. That's a big spider. Holy shit. That was huge. Is it even real? Well, it's moving. If you're scared of spiders, look away. No. Is that... No, it can't be, because we already killed that one. Don't kill it. It will kill me. Surely. Right? Patches, yes, Patches. Oh, Patches. Oh my god. I should kill him. I mean, I should just kill him. I was about to, I swear to god. I was about to. Is he gonna face me? Please, no sudden movements. Like, I'm not scared of spiders, but just don't jump me. I said don't jump me, crazy man. Damn. Why is he always bold? Yeah, start with Elden Ring though, Ryan. Don't start with this one. Start with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a bit more user friendly, or beginner friendly rather. Why does he have a chain on? Like, what the hell? Or is he part of the church? Is it like a cross or something? Right? Start off with Sekiro. No, I feel like Sekiro is too hard to start with. Personally, I think Sekiro might be too hard. Like, if you start with Elden Ring and you feel like, okay, Elden Ring is good, I want to keep playing, I think the next best thing could be this game. Or Dark Souls. And then Sekiro. I think. That's how I would go about it, really. Yeah. Elden Ring, this game, learn parry basics with this game, and then proceed to Sekiro, I would say. Normal day in Australia, you know. You can't stop one stop. I don't know. Am I the only one who doesn't really? I don't really vibe with this game that much because I feel like I've played it before. Like I feel like a lot of the other games have taken like a lot of elements from this one, so it feels familiar to me. Like I've already played it before. I mean, yeah, there are other Souls-like from other companies, but if we're talking just FromSoft, because I haven't played those ones, Lies of P is really good. Yeah, if you play Sekiro and you like it, I would recommend Lies of P as well. Ooh! Oh shit, that was an accident. Kinda. Jeez Louise, man. What happened to you? I hope you don't mind spiders. Setting up tomorrow's cover image. You know how it goes. Oh, wait, I need to do something? I'm guessing he's probably gonna mention the necklace that leads to the unseen village, I think. Okay. Damn. Say something then.
Oh, this cannot be. You cannot be.
I pray.
You didn't. Lord Amygdala? Oh, how did this come to pass?
Beg for life. I need to get out of this first. Because I enjoy seeing things up close. You know, appreciate the graphics.
Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me?
Mm-hmm.
It pains me to hear it. You've made yourself a misreckoning. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now, you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. It's plain as a pikestaff. Now, say in my heart, you were as a lamb to my God. Well, you weren't to know, and it wasn't for you to know. All's well that ends well.
Eh? I swear he said that same line before. In Elden Ring, right?
No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now.
No, we're not.
Let this express what words cannot. Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
Do nice guys finish last? Yeah, actually, yeah, we do. We actually do.
Well met. My apologies, but I feel a profound thought occurring on the good grace of a certain God and the way he meted out his love.
Hi, Raw. Hello. Hi, Alex. Thank you.
Ah, well met. On the.
So he's not saying anything else. So is that it then? Why do we finish last? Because this world is evil and everybody's just wicked and mean for no reason. You know what I mean? And everybody just cares about themselves and not considerate of others. I hate to hear. Nobody considers others. It's so sad, man. Oh, you're stuck? Aw, cute. Bish. Cornered. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I fell into that hole, honestly. Because there's no way I rolled that. Anyway, it's fine. It's good. Am I Pisces? You think I'm Pisces? Oh my gosh. Why does everybody say that? Somebody else said that last week as well. Oh, hell no. Bruh. Why do I keep running into random rooms, man? Random black holes, it feels like. I've gotten better at this game. No, my weapon just got stronger, I think. I think my weapon just got stronger. Where's the lamp? Can I go back? No. I've only got 5 blood vials as well. Bot your channel? Why bot my channel for what? Why should I bot it? One song, I don't sing. Well, I can't sing. Oh, the sky's normal here. Oh, this is another nightmare. Oh my god. I'm still not over the last one, honestly. Ugh. It was so long, man. Especially with those people that apply frenzy. They made my life hell. Where's the bloody lamp? What? About what? There's no lamp. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Where am I from? I'm Nigerian. I swear these things just keep getting tankier as well. Is there no lamp? Bought this channel, you'll be verified. If I bought it, why would I want to do that? Fake verification. I am. I mean, I don't think I'm going to last very long. I've only got 5 blood vials on me. What was that? I heard a heartbeat just now. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's the lamp. Sheesh. Okay. Do I want to go back? Maybe. Actually, no, it's fine. I almost fell off. So what's applying the frenzy then? Like, I don't know where the frenzy is coming from though. Don't worry about it. Oh, is it those skull things? The leeches that keep coming out of them though. I think it's these things. Like these skull things. They're applying the frenzy. So I just need to stay away from them. Thank you. The leeches. Oh my god. Oi! Wee! I'll try. I think I need one of those. Protection. Bro, how are you still not dead? Christ. Oh shit. It's gonna proc. It's gonna proc any second now. I'm not even close to anyone though. Let's just wait a bit before we move again. Sheesh. Okay. Why are you not throwing rocks? Didn't even drop anything. That was your friend, not me. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fresh. Hi, Jules. How's it going? I want a rock. Damn. Wow. Everyone's so aggressive, man. Sheesh. Thank you for the donut, Abby. I appreciate it. That one's. They're still following all of them. Wow. 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 Death by rage and headache. We're playing Bloodborne. We're playing Bloodborne. I think I have to kill them. They don't leave you alone. Well, except I can open that door. No, I'm just gonna kill them. It's fine. Hi, killer. Do you think so? That what the one by the corner up there has got an item behind him, so I was trying to get the item. You know what? I'm just gonna go for it anyway. Let's see. Yeah, this one has got something behind him. Oh, actually, the other one. That one. Thank you. Really? Can they come in? Yeah, you better run, bish. What is that? Eggs? What is eggs? The spiders lay eggs. The spiders lay eggs. Because I have no idea. Well, at least it's not snakes, you know? Like, could be worse. They do? Ew. Why am I sweating? I'm not sweating. They do. Ugh. In their oh, do they lay it though? Come on, why is this still here? Really? Interesting. Okay, I see. Oh, they're definitely not friendly. Can you just target the big one, please? Like, I'm trying to target the big one that's right in front of me. Hi, Mingus. Well, I can't seem to target that one for some reason. There we go. It's literally right in front of me. Are you joking? The bullet is just going through. I swear that one's the closest, right? Or am I tripping? Ooh. Can we try... No. We could try oil and flame sprayer. Thank you, Pop. Appreciate it. Great. Did I only have one? Damn. Well, that one's too big to go through. Oh, but it's got long limbs. Well, that plan went to shit. Never mind. Thank you, Pop. No freaking way. 1 HP. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier as well. Well overdue. 1 HP. Very. What time is it? 9 PM. All the way back here. I don't think so, personally. Like Dark Souls is way harder than this. Oh my god! Shaha. Hello. One HP again. We're playing Bloodborne. Thank you. Ooh, did you just fart in my face? How rude. Did you see that? Eesh. Still not dead. Christ. This is moving around so much. So strange. I actually don't care for spiders. As long as they don't jump me, do you know what I mean? Like if I know they're there, we can coexist. No issue. Just sneaking up on me is where I draw the line, basically. What the heck is that sound? Really? Yeah, I know. Some people really have a huge fear of spiders, and I don't get it. I really don't. Jeez. Sheesh. I'm not gonna have any more blood vials by the time I'm done with this. You want me to welcome you into the chat? What happened to not calling out lurkers? The fuck? Somebody offended that I didn't welcome them in. And you think I'm actually monitoring the chat as well? Like, oh, that's where the sound is coming from. Oh, the bell ringing. Welcome. I welcomed myself, they said. Okay. Okay. Is that an NPC invader? Looks a bit too human. Thank you for the follow. And I think there's more than one as well. Hi, Adram. I can't deal with an NPC invader right now. That's the loudest baby cry I've heard. He's annoying, I can imagine. He's got something in his left arm, but I don't know what that is. Is it a flame sprayer or just a regular gun, pistol? Headshot. Yo, I think I deserve props for that, don't I? Damn, that weapon is long. Oh, wow. Okay, missed. Okay, okay. Oh, he's out of range. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah, no. Wow. That's not fair. Come on, it does so much damage as well. What's this guy? What the hell? Noodles. Thank you, Visani. I appreciate it. Wow. Hope you're doing okay. Did he just celebrate on my dead body? Is that what he just... That was rude. That was very rude. What the hell? Another celebration. Does he not know I come back? Oh. He's about to be very surprised. I always bounce back. Okay. Why aren't you a model? Are you talking to me? Was that question for me? Damn. Thank you, Visani. I'm glad you're doing okay. Why did you ask that? That's so random. Hi, Surgeon. Hello. Hi, Savio. Hi. Welcome in. What's cooking? I'm playing Bloodborne. Here's a rose for your... Oh, thank you. How do I say your name? Yuhi? Yuhi, thank you. Thank you for the rose. You can keep the runes, okay? Or the echoes. Enjoy it. I hope he chokes you. Yuhi. Hi. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not dealing with these lot again. Let's just proceed. Ooh. Oh shoot, right. Right. Okay. Cool. Do I even want to fight this guy, man? Like, poison knives. I don't think I have enough though. Yeah, I've only got 5. It's not enough. Did he just stop? He's dodging them. You haven't built it yet. Oh no. Look at that one. What are you gonna do? I mean, what was the goal for getting the PC though? Was it like to play more games or for just to have a PC? That being said, I don't even know if it make. Oh, I should probably go get more poison knives. Does it even make sense to get a PC for gaming these days? Because I feel like everything. Where's the lamp? Oh. I feel like nothing works on PC anymore. Games and streaming. I see. Like a lot of games just end up being released broken for PC anyway. Like if I have the option to never play PC game, or if a game is on every platform, I just tend to go PlayStation now. Even though I would say my preferred platform is PC, but everything is just broken. It's just a waste of money. I bought Clear Obscure twice as well because it was broken on PC. I couldn't go past the expedition, the start of the expedition. It kept crashing. Well, that was on release though. Hopefully they fix it now. But yeah, I had to buy it twice. Thank you, George. Do I put any edits on YouTube? What do you mean edits? I mean, I do shorts, like clips and stuff. The same thing that I have on TikTok. I don't do anything extra. Hi, Marion. How's it going? Hello. I don't really do anything extra. Just like clips from the live streams and stuff. Yeah, you mean the dungeon hack? I don't think you can do the dungeon hack without online or offline. Oh shoot, too soon. Too soon. You've seen the glitch dungeon with the... No! Somebody literally had to walk me through this. I have no idea what's even happening. I have no clue. Jules, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Francis. Appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your membership, Frankie. Thank you so much. I think that should be enough for... I might even have poison knives, that's the thing. I might have some in storage. Thank you, George. I appreciate you. Let's see. Yep. There it is. The inventory system in this game is a nightmare. What a waste. I might as well just get a bunch of blood vials with this money. Okay. nightmare. Yeah, that one. Menses. Menses. Haunter's dream. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even think about that, Alien. Why? Because of the echoes? You and your bloody leeches. Oh, I see. I don't know if I want to run across. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that next time. Oh, yep, I definitely shouldn't do that. I should go to the bridge. Are they gonna keep following then? Ah, flip. You know what? Go attack the guy. Like, do you think they'll be able to attack the guy? Ooh. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. They're working together, they're working together. What the heck is this life, man? Do your misting. Well, not on me, on the spider. Jeez Louise. This is not fair. This is not fair. Are you not past your freaking aggro point already? Like, look at him, look at him. What the heck is that? Oh no, they're going around. Are you joking? No freaking way. The funny thing is, I thought the spiders gave up, but they literally just went around the stairway to come from the other side. That was madness. That was crazy. Mikolash. Who's Mikolash? The NPC, is that what he's called? That's a weird name. Should I locked up? I was hoping the spiders would help as well. Oh shoot, did I take the wrong... I think I took the wrong path. What the hell? How did I end up here? Yeah, I think I just took the wrong path as well. Hi, troll. Oh, this one seems a bit more safe. The device is not currently available. Oh. That's a shotgun for later then. Crap, okay. I hope he fell into the hole. Did he fall into... Oh, man. Another lamp. That's useful. Yeah, I think I need to unlock whatever that lift was from somewhere else. I don't even know how I ended up on that side. Ah, I see. Rude! Do I have sedatives? I do. But I don't think I've ever used them before. Oh shoot. I'm dying. Against the frenzy. Oh, right. Have you done one reborn? You mean this thing? Are they chasing? No. I don't know what it was called. I didn't pay much attention to it today. You mean this thing? Is that what it's called? Yeah. I think we did it like on the second try or the third. Yeah, it wasn't that hard. Yeah, we met Patches as well, yeah. And then I ended up in this hellhole. So now I have to go... Oh, there's another spider here. How did that one not drop then? Strange. Yeah, I was opening all the doors in that building and then I ended up here. So hopefully I can finish this to an extent before going back. Are the spider... Oh, flip. Oh my god. Oh, the spiders, did they go back? They haven't jumped me yet. Oh, they went back. Good. Don't corner me, bro. The poison knives are not very effective, are they? Oh, shit. Here we go. Eight. Nah, not enough. Yep. Damn. Not him going into two-hand mode. It's not even that deep, is it? Oh, wow, I pulled all the spiders. Jeez. Thank you, Animish. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, not the mother as well. Eh. Yep, I'm cooked. How did I manage to avoid them the first time as well? That was crazy. Yeah, but I was able to avoid them though. Is this the last part? I have no idea, Zoe. Is that how I say your name? Quan? Sorry. Oh, not here. Hi, Guap, how's it going? Endgame, let's freaking go. Do you think it's worth getting the DLC today, or hold off? I should probably go back to the other lamp as well. DLC is long? Oh no. So I'm not finishing this game this weekend then. You know what? I need to go back. Let's go back to the previous lamp and get the... If I can find my way... The other lamp. This is all so confusing. I don't think this is the right path, is it? Oh, this is literally at the very start. How did I end up here? Get out of my way, man. Where the heck there? And who's dying? Yeah. It's that long. There's only like 7 bosses. 7 is a lot. Only 7. Like if they're really hard bosses, do you know how long that's gonna take? A very long time. Poison knives. To get the initial feel, okay. We're playing Bloodborne. Sorry, I'm not sure when you sent that. Bloodborne. Less than 7. Two of them will probably give you a challenge though. You'll steamroll the rest. I hope so. I only remember seeing one boss from the DLC. Oh. You mean from watching someone else? Like, how do I manage to pull all of them though? That's what I don't understand. Shit. Oh god. Oh, the mother has got the echoes as well. Sheesh. You look like the female version of Ice Show Speed. Okay. Actually, I don't even need to kill this one because she can't face through the door anyway. I could have just kept going. No, I'm good, Oxygen. I'm good, thank you. Thanks for the offer, though. It's very kind. No, because I still have the NPC invader that's trying to jump me as well. So if I run past them, they follow me all the way to the NPC invader. Get out of my way, man! That's good. Has it got better graphics? And how quickly or how soon was the DLC released compared to the base game? Yep. The same year. Okay, so probably the same graphics then. They're not coming? Oh. See? There's a way you can avoid them. Sometimes it's just really aggressive for no reason. Okay. Just to make extra sure that they're not following. Not tough enough for my poison knives! Nah, it's fine. Just get rid of him. Because I don't know where I'm going, right? Like... I don't want to have to deal with him every time I come back this way. Damn. I should probably save them. Rock? Okay. I don't know if I have enough though. That's the only part I'm a bit concerned about now. Girl. I don't know. Let's see. Assuming he doesn't dodge too much. Hi Abby. I think we might have enough. Yeah, I think the next proc should do it. Don't you dare die on me, girl! That was close. Parry? What am I parrying? No. Wow. Ooh. The miss kills me really quickly, and if he pulls it while I'm trying to like stick around and parry, I'm cooked. With 1 HP, he's gonna kill me. Just watch. He's gonna kill me. No, I wasn't sure how much damage I needed there. Sedatives, really? Really? All of that for freaking sedatives? The most easiest game in Souls game. I guess. Poison knives to the rescue on the last poison knife as well. That was all of them. 1 HP and a dream. The other one, the crow. I don't know if you remember the crow from the Grand Cathedral. That one made my life hell because I parried that one and he kept killing me with 1 HP. It was so annoying. I died so many times to that one with 1 HP. There's an NPC that's roaming this room. Yeah, but they don't seem to be aggressive or hostile at all. I'm not sure. We good? Yeah, we used poison on that one in the end as well, yeah. Do you not see me? Hello? Am I a joke to you? I'm not paying attention. Ah. We good? I don't. Do you want to fight or not? Like, I'm so confused. They're friendly. Are they? Sorry. I wasn't sure. Because they haven't attacked me this entire time, and I'm pretty sure I've run into one of them before. Pauline, thank you for the follow. Are you sure they're not hostile? I mean, if they're not, we can coexist. It's all good. There's a lot of room for us, you know, to coexist. Yeah, they're not attacking. Okay. Mind your business and I will mind mine, okay? We're good. I don't know, I still don't fully trust them. Got my eyes on you. Oh, they're chill. That's different. Right, exactly, Alex, exactly. Maybe that could change if he had seen me like attack the other one. Maybe he would have been like, oh, so you want to fight, eh? And then try and jump me. Can we take a selfie, please? Pretty please? Ugh. Moves too fast. Unless you're near a cliff, which... what? If I look up. It's just as sussed out by me as well, right? Like, it's just like, are you cool or not? Like, if you want to fight, we can go, okay? Blending in. Oh, just... Oh. The script has changed. What's happening? Well, that one in particular is unhappy about something. It's just this one. Why can't you be like the rest of your friends, man? Chill. Oh, wait. This room. There's something else in here. Hi, Blackberry. How's it going? Hi, Sanya. Oh, right, the lift. Thank you. Perfect. There was some other... Oh, wait. Was it already working then? Strange. It wasn't, okay. Okay. What is it, Pure Drive? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Is it chained? No, the chain is broken. Thank you, George. I didn't catch what they said. There's always one random one that always wants to start a fight. There's always one. Or maybe it's because if I move close to the... Isn't there an item on the floor just now? Am I tripping? Or maybe I'm touching them with the fire. Maybe that's the issue. No! I am reading the chat, yes. The gameplay. Oop, the gameplay is here. Hi, boy. Maybe I should kill them. Because this one is definitely hostile. As long as the other ones don't join in, I think we might be good. No way. Right? Every time. It's crazy. Look at this endless pit. Doesn't look like it even goes anywhere. It's just a giant hole. Oh, really? That's how it is, eh? In PV, oh shit, that is painful. Really, right? Do you know what we need in games? Like pushing, you know, like a button specifically just for pushing. Who do we need to talk to about this? Especially in Souls-like. Imagine how satisfying it must be as well. Well, that backfired. Oh, what is that? Poison? Bleed. That was bleed. Ah, we've come such a long way as well. Bleed. Yeah. Was it? No, I think it was bleed from the giant knife, no? I think it procced. No, the blood, the gun doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything at all. It's so annoying. Really? Oh, I didn't realize actually. Yeah, because I still had some HP, but I was wondering why I died there. Where's the other pass? Oh, come on. Come on. Where's the other pass? Oh my god. Oh! Bro. Oh. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, yeah. I tried to recover, but I couldn't. What's your skill points? Maybe 20? Let me see. 21. 21. Yeah, I don't know where that path is though, relative to the sun lamp. I just randomly stumbled across there. This one? Oh shoot, no, not this! Oh my god. I'm gonna take the lamp back to the tree so I can avoid these lot on the way back. Yeah, it's +4, but it doesn't do any damage. So somebody mentioned I need to have blood tinge to be able to get the most out of my gun. So yeah, I haven't pointed on blood tinge sadly. We're playing Bloodborne. And you can see the gameplay on that link. Ugh. Sorry, give me one sec. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, right. Back to the nightmare. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. Shikage and Bloodletter are good. Most people don't know how to use the Shikage in PvP though. Ooh. Can't even imagine what PvP is like in this game. Hi, Didcot. Is that how you say that? Hi, Y2K. Hello, welcome in. Awful. Are people still playing PvP though? Like, I assume a game like so old. Are people still playing? Is it still active? I didn't even do Elden Ring PvP either as well. Rarely. Many? Damn. Are you one of many? Ooh. It's the same 30 people. Over and over again. One of them being killer, I assume. Wait, what? How do I bring the lift back then? Oh shit. How do I bring it back? Oh, right. I thought the lift came up. I thought it came up. I thought it came up. Because I thought it came up. I thought I would literally just land on top of it. I thought it came up. Oh, not down. Do you get what I mean? That's not how lifts work. What do you mean? What do you mean that's not how lifts work? If it was already halfway there and I jumped, I would have taken some fall damage, but not massive damage, right? What do you mean that's not how it works? Like, if it came up from the ground up, you know, I just land on top of it. But I didn't know it was coming the other way. What do you mean that's not how lifts work? I'm so confused. How else do they work? Hi, welcome in. I should send it back, shouldn't I? You're not supposed to jump into the bottomless pit. Really? I didn't know that, troll. Thank you for the heads up. Try and remember that next time. Damn, she's fast. Oh, she almost got me again, you know. And where did all that blood come from, please? It's 2 blood gems that are not exchangeable between players. Yeah, I haven't done them before, so I have no idea what the dungeons are like. I only use one of them to get. Ooh. I almost followed, you know. That was so close. I almost followed. That was so close. Bro, chill. Use your arrow and be normal. Where are you going? What the hell? This was broken. Don't speak fast. Okay. Ooh, whoa, 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 chill. Ah, scheiße. Please don't fall into a random hole. Oh, crap. Not the whip. Come on, come on, come on. Yep, I'm gonna die. There's no way she can fit through that hole, surely. Right? Oh, she's coming around. Oh, she's clever. You want to take the lift? Go on then. Would I be panicking? I'd be panicking. I guess I could just go. She won't. That's unfortunate. Just in case I have to outrun her again. Did I finish Seal Song? No. I did Crows. I think. I didn't. Dog Crows? Dog Crows? That's great. Oh my god. Crow dogs. That's insane. One of them have got... Well, some of them have got crow heads and dog body. And the other ones have got dog heads and crow... How did that happen? That is mad. That's crazy. I think the birds are, personally. I personally think the birds are worse than dogs. Birds that can fly. I feel like the crows are a bit more chill because they don't really move much in this game. Oh yeah, the bats. Oh, they can fly. Great. That's mad. That's another lift. So they only go opposite ways. So if I take this one down, I bring that one up. I think. Snow, you good? Yes. You okay? Like right now, before I come here? Okay. Bruh. This is a cage, okay? Who am I being fed to right now? Oh, there's another lamp. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. Right. So that's what the lever is for. Hi, Ludo. How's it going? So where does this one go then? Is this a different lift? Oh, that's confusing. Send it down. How do I send it? So I just walk inside and walk back out? Is my sacrifice worth man? I don't know what that means. Is it worth man? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the legs are not attached. Why do I feel like this is a trap? Why is it so exposed? Actually, they look like puppets as well, like they're on strings. Is someone controlling them from the top? Is this some kind of trap? Grant you eyes. Oh, that's another lift over there. Thank you, Mia. Who's granting you eyes? I'm confused. Oh.
Cause. Or some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream.
Oh, his mouth is moving.
No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
He's mad. Guess we'll see. What makes him the best boss? No spoilers. What the hell? It's a whole house. How am I meant to find him? What the fuck, bro? The surround sound is crazy. Why are you running? Oi! Can you get your back off the wall, please? Do they respawn the skeletons?
Majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
I've only got 7 blood vials left.
As you once did for the vacuous realm. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
Oh, sounds like it's right above my shoulders as well. That's so gross, man. Like it sounds like it's right here. Do you get what I mean? Bloody coward, show yourself. Eyes, inside. Do I need inside? I've got 31. I have no clue where he is.
As you once did for the vacuous realm. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
Ew, bro, like, why is that irritating? I swear it's so freaking irritating. Is he one of the puppets now or something?
As you once did for the vacuous realm.
Like he's there.
Grant us eyes.
Like he's right there.
Eyes.
But there's no other floor up there. Can I go up another level? Like, do you hear the surround? Do you hear the sound as well? Oh, there's another level, right? Bro, this is here? Wrong place, wrong time. No, come on, come on. I think I'm too. Oh no, 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 no. What the heck is this fight, man?
Cos. Or some say Cosmo.
Is he trying to seduce me? What the hell? Because that's not working, right? Like, massive turn off. Is it? You. Yeah, no, I'm not following you in there, bro. Like, oh, am I meant to go into the shiny mirror? Oh, is that reflection? No way. Is that? How? This is exhausting. No reflection, of course. Scam.
As you once did for the vacuous realm.
Did I just pick up more blood vials, though? I think I can make that drop. I think.
Cos. Or some say Cosmo. Prayers.
Can we stop playing this game, bro? Like, are you that bored? Do I just have to catch him? How am I meant to kill him if he keeps running, though? Huh?
As you once did for the wrecked rock.
Are you kidding me? Fuck! This camera! Can you just fuck? Bloody camera there. What does that mean? I got a key. Then how? I'm so confused. He's not standing still enough for me to fight him. Oh hell no. Can I even make that drop? I've got the key! I've got the key! I've got a key! They're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me!
Some say Cosmo.
Because I'm trying to get into this room though!
Grant us
Well, he's locked in now, so does that mean he can't get out anymore?
eyes on our bones to cleanse our beastly idiocy. When a lake of mud, hidden now from sight. The cosmos, of course. Let us sit about and speak feverishly, chatting into the wee hours of new ideas of the higher plane.
Stop moaning, bro! Like, what the hell? Is this the same room? Is it in there? Oh no, that's not the same room, no.
Cos. Some say Cosmo.
So weird.
Do you hear our prayers? As you once did for the vacuous wrong. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
He's on the other side of this wall, I think.
Eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy.
Here?
When a lake of mud,
No.
hidden now from sight. Cosmos of
I need to go up a
course.
level.
Let us sit about and speak feverishly, chatting into the wee hours of
Is it in that room?
new
Is it in here?
ideas of the higher plane.
Because it's very close. Is it in here? Oh, he's feast fighting now. Oh, come on. I didn't ask you to go for that last attack, though. Whoa! Whoa!
New ideas, higher plane.
all of that. After all... That was a new move. I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it before. His moans are annoying because the way my headset is, right? It's like he's literally right beside me. So gross, man. Yeah, hopefully. We didn't even have a... I was a bit concerned with my, what's it called? With my blood vial as well. But I think I picked up some from running around so much. Hi, Alden. Yeah, I did, didn't I? But then he was still running through the mirror anyway, so it was kind of like... Is he an optional boss? I have no idea. Is he optional? I haven't heard him. You're not gonna welcome me because... Oh, right. No. You can interrupt the head move that Q... Oh, there it is. Ooh, can't believe I got that attack. Can you move away from the corner, please? Oh, I got interrupted. You know what? I don't think they respawn in this room anyway. Might as well just kill them. Oh, come on! I had that one. Somebody said I can interrupt an attack.
Majestic!
Thank you, George.
A hunter is a hunter.
Yeah, I got Iron Key, but I don't know what door it
dream.
opens. Is he an optional boss?
Alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
He's not optional. I see, I see. Poison knives. If I struggle again, maybe. Yeah, I can't remember where the next room is. No, not this way. Maybe I shouldn't have done that too soon. Fuck, this camera in this game! Get out of my way, man! Are you kidding? Jeez! That was annoying. Nah, these puppets are... There he is. Oh. I don't think the gate is shot yet. I have to wait for the gate to calm down first, don't I? Before he ends up in this room. Oh, right. I have to chase him in there. I thought he just went there on his own. Oh, come on. How do I even manage that? I just thought he went in there on his own. You know what? Fuck these skeletons, man. And rally doesn't even work on them as well. They keep body blocking me every time. Thank you, Ninja. I appreciate you. Come on, drop the gate. Drop the gate, man. Yeah, I didn't even realize I was... Oh, there he is. And he's gone. So is he in there now? The layout here is so confusing.
Some say Cosmo.
Where the heck is the room with the freaking...
As you once did for the Vikings.
Right, exactly. That's the perfect way to describe him. Rage bait.
Eyes.
Exactly that.
Round eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy.
Wow.
Cosmos, of course.
Okay.
Let us sit about and speak feverishly, chatting into the weirdness.
Are you kidding me? Did somebody say I could interrupt that attack? That is so annoying. Thank you, Varys, for the rose. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kingsley. Are you saying that room is not safe? Should I not chase him into that room? Did you get the rune from there? Maybe? I don't know. You mean to interrupt him from doing that attack? It is, so that was the right place to fight him, so... Don't interrupt me, man. Don't interrupt me! Is he dead? Nope, of course not. The skeleton isn't dead, is it? Of course. No. Wow! Wow! That was crazy. Come on, that was a back attack though. So was that one? Oh! I was hoping to get another one out of him.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
I don't think is this the right way? Nope. So where is he now? Oh, he's right there! He's right there! Do you get what I mean? Like, I can't not attack him! Maybe I could kill him that way. Do you get what I mean? Maybe I could kill him that way. Maybe I could do enough damage from him running, and I don't have to deal with that bloody explosive attack in phase 2. I can. Bro, where is he now? It is quite annoying. There it is. Come on, let me strike you before you jump down. Ah, flip. Ooh.
Some say Cosmo. You hear our prayers as you once did for the vacuous Rome.
Because I don't know the layout. Like, I'm just running around. I have no idea where I'm going. I don't. I have no idea what the layout of this building. Thank you, George. I'm literally just running around hoping I find the right room. I have no idea.
Of course.
I wish I did, but I don't.
Let us sit about and speak.
What is he? Oh, he's trying to strike me. That's so high definition, right? Thank you. Oh, the bridge. I knew there was something up with that bridge. It is annoying. All the running around was crazy. And I have no clue what he's on about as well. Men's cage. What is that? Is it like a headpiece maybe? Yes, it is. Bruh. You know what? I'll stick with my crown. And my pretty dress. Ooh. I look like a clown. Oh my gosh. It's all lost. Yeah, we need to look up the lore after the gameplay's done, for sure. Yes. Very red. Look at me. Look at me. Jesus Christ. Yeah. The game armor stats. Yeah. Some they do help. Especially with damage and mitigation as well. Okay. Very red, very Bloodborne. I am reading chat. Did you say anything? You said, damn, what the hell? And am I meant to say anything to that? What am I meant to say to that? You come in cursing. What am I meant to say? Like, hello? What response would you like me to have to that? Yash? Hmm? I don't know. Where is the correct way? Where is the correct way? I don't know. Like, I'm always lost IRL as well, okay? I have no clue where anything is. I am an AI. I don't think that's very believable. Like, I'm too human to pull off being an AI. Bruh. Where is the correct way? Oh, right, to the bridge. Right, right. Oh. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Oh, there's a lamp. Give me some soap! That's exactly what an AI would say. Oh my god. What has this world become? What a sad, sad life. Oh my god. Wow. They were really protecting that. Wait, is my farming spot coming up? No idea. No clue. Who keeps leaving their baby unattended, man? Oh, is that the other lift? Oh, the door doesn't close. You're right. Oh, it does try to close, but it doesn't. Nicholas? Nicholas? Turn my... Where am I turning my camera to? A secret hole. I'm so confused. There's a middle. I see. Oops. Too late. Well. Oh, I can send it back. Okay. Sorry. And my eyes naturally lifted. What does that mean? I've got really small eyes, I think. What do you mean naturally lifted? What does that mean? Hello? Oh, I thought one of the rocks was moving. Oh, come on, bro. Stupid singing ladies. Oh no. I mean, I am wearing eyeliner. I don't know if that's what you mean. I'm wearing eyeliner. I don't naturally have cat eyes. But yeah, I don't know what you mean by lifted. I'm just wearing eyeliner. Definitely jump back on it. It's not that bad. Oh god, no, not another one! Oh my god. Am I cooked? Am I cooked? Yep. They're gonna follow. Does that have a face? Ah, it's Patch's siblings. That fringe is crazy. Did you see the fringe? Holy shit! She haircuts. Look at that fringe. No way. That's insane. Patches, come get your brothers, please. Oh shit. I'm trying to take a screen. Stay still, I'm just trying to get a screenshot, man. Oh, he's gonna kill me. I think I got some good ones. That's the best I could do. Oh, that was nice. Thank you, dog. I appreciate it. Bro, he's so shiny and so straight. I mean, never take a... I always take advantage of a good photo moment, you know? Thank you, dog. Yeah, that's the last blood vial now. That's Will. Will? Is that Will from Stranger Things? Eyes. Oh yeah, that's true. The eyes on the wall. But I thought they were spider eggs for a second. When the winter lantern attacks, you can parry it. What's a winter lantern? If you repost right before the frenzy bar fuel. Oh, you mean the things with the multiple eyes? It will give you the critical, you will receive no damage. Ah. But I have to parry though. I have to parry. They got that head get caught. Hi Vito, how's it going? Yeah, but the parry. What if I don't get the parry? That's risky though. Blazing, thank you so much for the roses. Italian as well, I appreciate it. What if I don't land it? That's scary. Yeah, I could try rushing as well. Oh god, not another boss fight. What the heck did I just release? Or maybe did I release it into the pits of hell or something? I don't have to fight that, do I? Oh, thank you, Vito. I appreciate it. Don't mind my face. It's okay. I can always get soap. What the heck did I just release though? Am I safe? Are we safe? You mean the one singing? That's your ex-wife? That was a long way though. I don't even know how I got that far. So I have to do a bit more exploring to get to where it was before. Where's the lift? Am I not going the right way? This is all very confusing! Yeah, was I not going the right way? So I would. Isn't that a lift though? Is it not this? Oh right, okay. It's the camera angle, right? I see. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dark, as well. Hi, Shadow. I'm getting very tired all of a sudden. Very tired. I didn't get much sleep anyway, so probably why. Bro, what the heck is up with this lift, man? Can you just go? Are you saying not to go back down here? Oh, nice, Jester. Kate House was a pain, but it was worth it in the end, I think, with the final boss there. Oh, thank you, George. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was today, actually. I will never learn, you know? Well, good luck. It was a nice fight. I like the boss, my Kate House. Oh, that was very nice. They brought the lift back. Look at... Oh, flipping. I will never learn. This is why I can never keep echoes as well, and I have to farm so much. This crazy dog boys, man. La, la, la. Sheesh! Thank you for the likes on TikTok, by the way. Appreciate it. So we're parrying then. What a beautiful death. I think that was stunning. Right? No, one reborn. Wait, who's wrong? One reborn. Hey, who's one reborn? Pika waits. Well, I don't think I'll ever get to peak. Okay, if I keep dying to stupid things. Death by Squidward. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna avoid them. I was trying to parry, but I didn't even know what. Most, thank you so much for the GGs. Funny, I've never even been in that room. That's the funny part, right? Because I've always gone for the lift. Yes, the final boss. Stupid lifts. I've never even been in there. I don't know what provoked me. Thank you. Let's not count that, please. That never happened. You saw nothing. Ha! First try. Thank you, SS. You know what? I'm not gonna parry this thing. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna be the cowards that I am and run, okay? I'm not about this life. And that's okay. That's okay. Oh shoot, where's the way in? Are they gonna follow? But PlayStation. PlayStation. Wow. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh! I have to find my way back. Oh! Jesus Christ! Wow. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like this is a trap. They've just laid everything on this path with wisdom. Or insight. Right? The spikes going through them is crazy. Hi Natty. Welcome in. Better be something good. Oh, is it just a shortcut then? I think there's something wrong with this dog. Like he's not... It doesn't look like he's in discomfort, but his mood is just different. Go back. And I'm very concerned. You mean here? No. Back to the gate that I just opened. Hi, Levin. Keep going back. Where you dropped the frenzy camera from? The frenzy camera? From the hole. You mean the giant meat thingy that fell down the hole with the switch? There. Here. Is there anything else in here? No, I'm okay, thank you, Mohammed. The hole? What a hole? The hole that brought me down here. That hole. Here? This hole? This hole. Back outside. Is there anything here? Yeah, I don't know what that is relative to where I am standing though. Like I think I have to go up a level. Oh, here? You mean here? Do I have to jump down? Can I make that drop? Next to it. Yeah, to the... okay. But can I make it though? Doesn't look like I can. Okay. The eyes are getting bigger as well. Sorry. Is this where I killed the NPC invader before? Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can figure out how to get back. There's something running after me, I think. Well, it sounds like it anyway. Oh, that's another lift. Where does that go? I didn't see this one before. See your life. See your... Wait, where is he taking me? I think I'm good. Can we go back? Can we go back? No, I don't want to exit. It can't hurt me. You're asking me to jump into a giant black hole. I don't see anything. There's no... That doesn't help. Was that meant to help? I don't see anything. Oh. It's like an invisible stairway or something. There's a book on the ground. Can't interact with it. Jesus Christ. The book is not supposed to be there. Well, I've got books. I am reading it. Sorry, R. I am. Sorry. Go forward from the... Okay. Can you even see the game? It's like pitch black on TikTok as well because of my camera. Is it better if I put on the torch? Oh my god. Oh my god, I see eyes. Do you see it? Do you see it? Please tell me you see it. Do you see it? Please, do you see it? Can you see it in the on stream though? Are you sure? Oh, nice. Are you one of my Gustav haters then? Are you with me or are you with them? So I know how to address you accordingly. Sister? Time to connect. Are you sure it's not going to attack me? I dropped it on its head. Well, it's all head. That's my ex-wife. Her name is Stacy. Can I pet that dog? Oh, this is gonna make a fire cover photo for tomorrow. Oh, you already know. What does make contact mean? What does that even mean? Have you seen today's cover photo? Oh, it's an emote. Right, I see. Well, wrong one. Ooh. That's a fire emote. I have to face it, don't I? Oh shoot, I don't have the HUD. Is something meant to happen? The moon. Did her hand just change or am I tripping? Did she change hands? Did she change hands? Am I tripping? No, I don't think so. But the way the camera... I'm going crazy! The way the camera moved was funny, you know? I've got frenzy! I'm so dead. How rude. How rude. It does! Because I'm not crazy! Okay, why did you say I had frenzy then? I was like, she did change her hands. I thought I was going mad. I legit thought I was having frenzy for a second. No, she did change. She did change. I'm not crazy. Troll was trying to troll me. Either thinking I was losing my mind. Playing this game way too long, man. You'll be trolling. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Can we go now? Can I kill it? I mean, it's been kind to me, but... Oh, I do feel sad. I'm sorry. Does it react to anything else? It has been kind, yeah. Let's just leave it alone. Let's have a good look. Oh, the eyes track you. That's mad. They're tracking, right? Or is it just in my head? No, they are tracking. Ew. Ew. Oh my, okay, the eyes are getting to me now. There's too many of them on that side. Ew. Ew. Yo, tomorrow's cover image is gonna be sick, man. I have to salute. Is there a salute emote? Is there? Mm-mm. Oh, salutations. Is that salute? Mm-mm. Only missable thing was to make... Okay, okay, okay. Let us proceed. Sheesh, that was... exciting. Kill it! No, I don't want to kill it. And it's suffering. Like, what even is it and who created it to begin with? Really? Should I? When did he try to kill me? I have never encountered it before though. Did he ever try to kill me? So are you saying if I kill this, those women with the eyes, I can... They don't give me frenzy anymore. Oh, the rocks! The rocks! The rocks! Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Ah, I see. So... Oh, oh wow, it's very tanky. Why did I think I was gonna be able to one-shot it? I thought it was gonna be easy, actually. I thought it was already, like, close to dying. Do I have any buffs? Mitigations? Oh. Good night, visitor. Oh, right. So apparently he doesn't do anything if he's already down here. Oh, the eyes are bloodshot now. Yeah, that's what I mean. It looks like he's already dead, but he's got so much HP left. Hi, Supernova. Hello. Yeah, but what made it this way to begin with, though? Anybody know? Oh, I've already done that. I already got the rune from it. Oh, wow. What the heck is a leave-in string? A special material used... Oh, it's for another dungeon. Right. The immense brain that Mensis retrieved from the nightmare was indeed lined with eyes on the inside, but they were of evil sort, and the brain itself was a terrible rotten. Well, even still, it was legitimate great one and left a relic, a living relic at that, which is precious thing indeed. I already got the item from it. It's not meant for killing. Apparently I had to put it out of his misery. I didn't want to. Troll. Now it's innocent. After you've made me kill him. You said I should kill it. Hello? Did you not say I should kill it? It's at peace now. Yes. I put it out of its misery. Mind your business, lady. Jeez. Yeah, I already did the emote thing. I already did it. I did the gesture. I did it already. I did it before killing it. Oh shoot, where am I? Oh crap, I'm lost. Where am I? I don't know where I am. The DLC for this game. Ah, flip. I have no idea where I am right now. Oh, okay. This. Yeah, I haven't got it yet. I need to buy it, I think. After this boss. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like whatever boss I've got left, I will just activate it and call it a night. Because I'm getting kind of tired. How long have I been live? Only 4 hours, actually. Not that long. And then we can get the DLC tomorrow. So I have to go that way then. And I have no HP left or blood vials. Are you all chill? We're good? Why do they look so badass? I'm kind of scared, you know. Oh no, these are the... Well, I think I've fought them before. The snakes? Right? They were... They're kind of similar to the snakes from Forbidden Forest, no? Or Forbidden Woods? Shadows. Well, are they not like the same NPCs from the woods though? I swear they are. The ones that turn into snakes. The DLC unlocks after... Does it? Really? That early? Does it unlock after the Amelia? Because I saw I did that like ages ago. Well, you saying Amelia connects to the DLC? Bruh. When I catch you, bro. Witches. Nope, nope. Yep. Okay, 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 okay. Oh god, is this a dead end? Ah, flip, I'm cooked. Where are the rest? That's probably the easiest one. I hear a pig. Why do I hear a pig? Once you kill Amelia, an item spawns that lets you start the DLC. Right. Have I not already done that? The vicar, no? Oh, pigs! Oh, it's been too long. It's been too long. Files. Another one? I didn't see the face. Oh wow. Come on, run into each other. Do it, do it. Oh, they're not killing each other though. Oh man. Okay. That's not how this works. You're meant to do damage to each other, no? So strange. Is that lamp there? No. Yeah, these ones are not doing damage. How? Huh? How? There was no way they could have gotten me there. Yo, the reason I tell people I'm not racist. Is that meant to be a wait, what? Ah! What? Huh? What does that even mean? Was that meant to be a compliment? In what way? In what way? You know what? I could write a book with the amount of crazy things that are said to me in this chat. I swear to God. I'm shook. I've been racist since 2026. I'm so confused. Oh my God. the heck is that camera, man? What is going on? They fighting the pigs! They... We're fighting the pigs! What the fuck is going on? Who the heck is that? Oh, let me attack the late. Was I meant to attack the lady? Was I meant to attack the lady? Yeah, literally just one-shotted her as well. I'm trying to get the previous save. So, did you know, were you not able to interact with her? Were you not able to talk to her? What time is it now? 18. I'm trying to get it back, but I don't remember how. So, what happens if you kill her then? It says 18. 18-1. So that's from ages ago. It's not game breaking, right? Nothing. Nothing happens. Oh, somebody said something about the worst ending, so that was why I got scared. You just get an interaction after the next boss if you don't. Aw. Are you sure she's dead? Anybody killed her before? You were trolling, bro. Don't do that, man. I got scared. Ah. I got scared. Like there was a woman that was crying. I think she showed up after Rom as well. You didn't see it? Did anybody clip that? The stupid NPCs were making my life hell and I accidentally hit the woman that was crying. She was in a... She looked like she was in a wedding dress. Yeah, she was in the one in Rom's room after he died. Okay, Big Lynn. She's queen. Oops. There's a shortcut. Oh, okay. What did they say? I didn't see the message. Bruh. Why am I outside the kitchen? That's crazy. Huh? Oh, that. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. No. Like, if it requires me to do the dungeon fully, then no. Have you been collecting, yeah, I do have some. I think I've got 2. Yeah, I've got 2. 1, 2. Not sure what the last one is. I think there's 3, right? You only need 1 up. Perfect. Oh, shit. Ugh. 4. Oh, okay. 1 more. Right. Before the final boss. Okay. I don't see the moon. Oh, the moon is right there. Oh, it's a... Oh, I'm fighting a baby. Great. Damn, so bejazzled. Hello. Nice jewels. Damn. Which direction is she even swiping? Can you parry her? Can you? She's got so many hands. I wonder if that's even possible. Oh. No, you can't. Okay. Damn! That was so aggressive! Oh my god. And it feels like you're not even cutting into her as well because there's nothing there. So there's no like feedback when you land an attack. So it feels like I'm not even doing anything. Does that make sense? Because it's like hollow on the inside, past the fabric. It's a weird feeling. I don't like it. You mean Casu Canehurst? If you're asking about Canehurst, then she's just invisible. Oh. Yes, that's where I got the crown from. Yeah, I got this crown from there. Oh wait, am I in the wrong... Am I in the right place? Yeah. A weapon that you get from the final boss. Is it the wheel? By any chance? The wheel from... Alfred. Or Alfie? I can't remember his name. Oh, you cannot comprehend her, so this is your imagination of a conceptualization of a god, really? The katana? Oh, Shikage? This? I haven't used it before, I haven't leveled it either. I see. I love that attack. Can you just spam that, please? That I dodged every single one, but for some reason I couldn't. Oh, come on, come on. I barely touched her this. Girl, you're doing way too much with this dodging, I swear. I think it's a double roll rather than a single one. There's no need to dodge that far though, like, there's really no need to jump that far. Girl. That attack is brutal. Hi, Katie. Sheesh. Wet Nurse was nerfed 3 times when Bloodborne was popular. Is that what she's called? Wet Nurse? Because I didn't even look. It uses your health for extra damage, basically. Oh. Kirk armor. Interesting. What does wet nurse mean? Is there like a specific type of nurse? Hi, hello. Look after babies for the moms and breastfeed. Wait, the nurses breastfeed the babies? Huh? Ooh, really? That's weird. Really? Really? So is it like a regular nurse then? Sorry, I've never had a baby, so I have no idea. Is it an actual nurse? Right? They're not okay. Okay. So they don't have like nursing degrees or so. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. Interesting. Yikes. You learn something new every day. Huh. Strange. It's come off for royalty. That is so strange. That is so strange. Huh. Come on! What the? I feel like with trading blows as well, like I'm not able to successfully do damage. Oh wow, that is crazy. Like I'm not successfully able to do damage without taking damage. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing a lot of damage as well. Does the torch help? No, I just can't see. I just can't see. Have you ever heard of an old nursery and office jobs for youthful women? They came in the multiple professions but depending on a woman's body and genetics, they were paid a lot to breastfeed infants who had bad signs of immunity, lack of mothers. Right. I see. No, it's not so bad, honestly. I haven't actually. Maybe I should go back and try and level this weapon. Yeah, let's see if I can get more levels to this. What time is it now? You just had your first playthrough as well. Not going to have to spoil it for me. Oh, no worries, Digi. Enjoy. Money! Yeah, I've never used it before though. And it's not leveled at all. I'll see if I can level this one to 8. Or to 9. I think 9 is the next. You can get to 10. Nice. I hope so. Blood Rock. That's how it's called. Yeah, the leveling resource in this game is kind of confusing. Let's do that. Yeah, it's quite old. Use axe after... What do you mean? In the same run? Thank you, Miriam. Hi, hello, welcome in. Yeah, I could give it a go. I don't even think I need this much money. What am I doing? Yeah, even that was confusing. You had to kill like some turtle things, didn't you, in Dark Souls? Yeah, not in this dungeon though. Yeah, for those. It was my weapon on the first run. No, I'm on 5. Can drop from enemies too. Oh yeah. Nice weapon master. Let's freaking go. Shikage? Or should I do the Kirk hammer instead? Actually, what's my most damage dealing weapon? Outside of the one that I just got to 10. 160 Ludwig. Ludwig is already 6, so I feel like that shouldn't count. Oh, the wheel at level 0 is doing what? 100. It's good if you don't have blood level. Let's see if I can get both. Okay, that can only go to 4. Let's do quick hammer. 2. What am I lacking? I need 4 more bloodstone shards. Let's see if I can buy them. Five twin stone shards. What about 4 Chicago? 5 as well, so let's get 10. Some same bow but here, but I played Bloodborne and didn't know what the wet nose meant. Twin 10. Just get 10 of each. I have to ask my mom. Most damaging weapon depends on your strength, dexterity, and arcane. Yeah, so far it has been... I think the Ludwig has been pretty good. But I just don't like it because of how heavy it is, personally. Twin Stone 8s. 8. How many hours have I spent? 70. Hi, Hafsa. Hello. Oh, I can only afford that much. Damn, everything is so expensive. How many runes? On my character or on the weapons? Okay. So, Shikage and the spare. Let's see. So the Shikage has gotten to 7 and the spare is already maxed out. Odeon Chapel? Ooh, what's happening there? Do I know about India? Depends. What do you want to know? Any katana, swords, mace, swords are fast, medium DPS weapons. Here. Or elsewhere. You mean the cathedral? This is just... Yeah, it's the only thing that has Odeon in its name. You mean the cathedral? With a nice, evil-looking guy? That's taking people in? Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you, Tom. Not my favorite, but you know. I don't have that many options. Not with the way my character's built. Damn, everybody dead? Dude, what happened?
Oh, kind hunter. Another one you sent made it here safe and sound.
Another
This
one?
place is a real haven now, thanks to you.
Is it? Somebody just died?
I'm afraid that was the last of them. There ain't a peep to be heard, not in the old town. I doubt there's any more out there. God save us. Yardam's done for.
Oh no. What happens if you kill him? So can you not send anyone here if you kill him?
There ain't no more survivors. There can't be. Yardam's done for.
I skipped a side quest. Oh. What happened to her? Oh wow, they're all dead? What happened to Gran? Hold on, just wait a wee bit, my little dearie. Follow the blood. Well, it stopped. There. Is she on the roof? No. Spiders hide all manner of rituals and keep our lost master from us. A terrible shame. It makes my head shudder uncontrollably. Oh! Did she? Girl! Did she give birth? Did she give birth to an alien? Girl, pick up your baby. You put yourself in this mess. Pick up your baby. Your baby's crying though. You're just not gonna care for it though. I mean, it looks like she gave birth to whatever that thing is. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Can you not talk to her?
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
Is she laughing? I mean, I don't blame her. Anybody would go mad if they give birth to that. So now what? What am I meant to do with this? What am I meant to do in this situation? Can I talk to the baby? No. Kill the baby, yes, but not her, surely. The baby? Shoes. Really? Her shoes? Her shoes. Nikki, are you judging me? Would you have let it live? It was an abomination. Did you not see it? It's got a tail and everything. Even the mother couldn't love it. Somebody's judging me for killing the baby. Oh my god! What the fuck is that? What the hell? I need a better top. Oh, what would look good with this? Haunt of us haunt. What would look good with this? Oh no. Not the shorts. Jesus Christ. My character looks a mess. The dolls. I mean, I still want to see the shoes, but not too much of the shoes. Do you get what I mean? Her legs looks really good though. Oh god, my glam in this game is so bad. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna one of those. I'm gonna carry on like this. I don't care. Let's go. That is so sad though for her. Yeah, she wasn't feeling well for a very long time as well. Why did she go into the sewers though? Do you think the old lady helped her? She wanted privacy. In the sewers?
There ain't no more survivors. There can't be.
Is she dead? What happened to her? Yeah, but in the sewers though, who goes in? Oh, well, let me just go get some privacy and go give birth in the freaking sewers. Not very hygienic, is it? This one, did you see that coming? All knowing?
Ah, your lies spin a web, but I see through your deceit. I did not learn from books. No.
Click
I
your
learned
heels
it all
together.
with my own mind.
Was the guy saying you're the same? True. Oh, I bet this one's happy, no? Your arch nemesis is dead. Oh, she's ecstatic. You sure she's not gone mad herself? Sounds like it. Okay. Damn. She's still gone. Okay. Well, she hasn't lost her shit yet. Like, eat the cords. Wait, what cords? The umbilical cords. I thought that was before the final boss. Wait, I haven't finished the one that I was fighting though. I thought I was meant to eat it after that one. Or before the final boss. No? I do, yeah, I've got all three. I just got the last one. I just got the last one. It doesn't matter when I eat it. But you can keep it until you reach the end, however. Okay. Baited? I'm so confused. What does that mean? Was I still in Nightmare? I think so. What did I miss? Nothing. I think. I don't think you missed anything major. I'm on my third boss today. So, yeah. I don't think I can kill that one tonight, but I will try. I can keep going for another 30 minutes, I think. Hi Ultra, how's it going? Oh my god. I just got new shoes. Did you notice? They're very loud. Ah, shit. Thank you. I got the shoes. Okay. Plus 10 spare. That attack is crazy. Never mind. It's okay, we've got 30 minutes. I'll probably learn to dodge her soon, maybe. It's just quite a longer way to get to her, that's the thing. 2 lifts and a bit of a walk as well. I feel like this is way more annoying than the... Yeah, it's way more annoying than the... What's the guy with the crown? Alfred's master, or whatever he is. A Marta? Marta something. Ugh. Sheesh. Logarius, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is way more annoying. The way she dodges so far away. Woo! I want to learn to dodge into her. So I can take advantage of the... Fuck that attack! How many bosses do I remember? Just Logarius. And even then I don't remember his name. Just Logarius. And maybe the electric dog as well. That was quite interesting. Logarius and the electric dog. How many names? Logarius, Bar, Amelia, Amy? That's it. Is it Par? Yeah, Par. Darkest Par. I'm sure there's more, but they weren't very interesting. Gaviscon. Yes, Gaviscon. How could I forget? And, what was the second one? Oh, the one by the bridge. Gascon. Same thing. The one by the bridge. That was optional. That was the second one. The first one I couldn't tell you. Oh, was that the first one? Maybe that was the first one. The one I just did. You mean the eyes? They were memorable. Like, that's what I mean. These bosses are so easy. And no, I'm not like bragging or anything. Like, if I don't spend time on them, I don't remember them. Do you get what I mean? Like, I'm not even joking. It's just the way my brain is set up. Like, if I don't struggle, I don't remember. You said DLC. Okay, okay, okay. I can't wait. Should be fun. Like, even Logarius wasn't, like, super hard, but, you know. I think the fight was quite interesting. So, you know, it stands out to me. Can I even dodge that attack though? Mikolash, right, Mikolash. Was I even a boss? It feels like a side NPC. Was that a boss? Oh, Celestial was quite dope. Yeah, Celestial was alright, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, it seems kind of delayed in a way. It's kind of hard to explain. Kind of hard to explain. Like, it feels like a parryable attack, but trying to dodge it is kind of hard. Because I don't know if I'm dodging at the start of it, because it kind of goes off like multiple times rather than like a single attack. EB, yes, EB. Celestial Emissary. Yeah, I don't know. How's the best set of bosses? Elden Ring, for sure. For sure. Like, especially the DLC bosses, they were really cool, in my opinion. Like, even the mobs as well were quite interesting. Yeah, honestly, I was so overwhelmed with EB, to be honest. it's not even that. I think Elden Ring is really good. The fingers, Midra was really nice. Radagon was 10 over 10. Like, don't even get me started. Radagon is so dope. So dope. It's just the way the boss moves and the whole gold theme, the holy theme of the entire fight I really like. Who else? Renala was okay as well. Even though she cheesed me multiple times. Renala was good. Yeah, that's what I mean. I like the bosses in Elden Ring. Who else? Radagon was okay. It's just the massive space between you and Radagon all the time that pisses me off. Radagon was good. And Malenia? I don't know. Which one? The one with the rot. Yeah, I think she was alright. Especially phase 2. Honestly, they were all good. Like, they were all unique in their own way. I like it. And then, we never fought Centrina though, did we? I like the design of Centrina. Oh. Romina is mid. Sorry, just thought I'd put that out there. Centrina, the DLC. Did you? Yo, Centrina's kind of hard to find. I wonder if a lot of people found her. Centrina and the NPC that goes mad, or is it mad? That's the word. Enthralled by her nectar with a sleep thingy. That she creates. Yeah. Mikula was good as well. A bit too overwhelming with the lighting, but Mikula was good. Who else? What other bosses in that game? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if I wasn't strict, I would have never found her. Because it just looks like a random peak. I would have never gone in there. Promised Consort. Which one? Ooh, the Elden Lord was good. Toiler, that's it. The Elden Lord was good as well. Yo, that always made me terrified fighting him. Radahn. They were all good, honestly. Like, that game is great. I just wish they did more, like, in terms of the story. Like, gave us a bit more. Shit, calm down. Bro, come on. Oh, I got too comfortable. Yes, please, tips are good. You kind of have to look for it. That's what I mean. I don't like that. I feel like a lot of people put out laws just because of what they think the devs are, you know, are put in the game, rather than it being like concrete evidence. And at that point, it's just make believe, as far as I'm concerned. If the devs haven't confirmed anything, I don't take it as a fact. Well, except it's like, you know, we can see the connections and make these conclusions, but I don't know. I feel like laws are like, if you say so, like there are other games that do, and they're great games, like Lies of P, for instance. They give you everything, and it's my favorite Souls-like. To each their own, I guess. Like, there's one thing not giving me direction for the game. There's another thing just withholding the story. Because at that point, it's not even about the gameplay anymore. It's something else. Where things aren't specifically explained to you. That's what I mean. Like, I don't want to make assumptions. Yeah, Liza P is great. Combat, story, visuals, everything. Honestly, if it was open world, it would be 10 over 10. Easy. Hi Elijah, how's it going? Welcome to Twitch! Eh! The VOD looks better on TikTok though, or... I think it might look better on YouTube as well, I could be wrong. Damn! I need to, you know, feel it, be one with my character. That's the only way, okay? Not yet, but soon. Like, even, like, being hit, I feel that as well, in the depths of my soul. Yep. Bowie paper! Ooh. Maybe I need to go buy more. Bloodborne before it, but be the best. Damn. Actually, yeah, I don't know what's happening in this story either, honestly. Like, I feel like there's a massive disconnect for me. Like, I've never been so uninterested in a game and its story. It's so strange. So strange. Like, nothing is making sense. But it's fun, I guess. Is this my first Souls? No. Yeah. I think I saw somewhere where somebody said there's a connection between every FromSoft Souls game that they make. I can't remember where I saw that. And they were like, oh, this part is from this game and this part is from this game. That's not true. Somebody made up that claim. That's what I mean. When you don't give us the facts, people are gonna go wild with theories. That's what I mean. And you're like, oh, they shouldn't spoon feed me. Okay, but then I should just listen to people just lying and making up shit. When the devs haven't come from anything. I don't like being lied to. Damn! To each their own, I guess. I don't enjoy being, you know, left in the dark. I want everything, okay? All of the facts. Are we gonna lock in? Yo, I don't think I could be any more locked in. I am. I mean, I'm tired as well. I've been live for almost 5 hours now. So, cut me some slack, please. My reflexes are not what they used to be. Or at least not from 5 hours ago. Yeah. The secrets of the world. The plot, yes. Give me the story. Like, I think that's why I play games for the most part. Like, I really do enjoy how a lot of games do storytelling, right? Otherwise, it's just, what's the point? Have you seen Final Fantasy games? Have you seen how deep the stories get? Have you seen Clear Obscure? Like, come on now. All that mystery shit is annoying, yeah. I'm so sorry. As much as I love these games, they overdo it with the lack of clarity. Just keep spamming that, please. None of the spinny shit! Yeah, that game is sick, man. Well, more straightforward. Oh, Sekiro was 10 over 10. Yes, forgive me. Sekiro was the only one that broke, you know, was the only outlier there. Sekiro is amazing. I love Sekiro. I love Sekiro. I did. I died. Oh, shoot. Bro, okay. I'm giving this another 15 minutes. I'm tired. Sekiro is amazing. I'm gonna turn this off. Sorry. Highly recommend. I'm allowed to have my opinion. It doesn't mean it's negative, is it? It's just an opinion. You know? It's just an opinion. Like, I'm still playing the game. Doesn't mean I hate it. You know what I mean? It's just I wish there was more in-depth story, and that's fine. Like, I wouldn't go online and rage about it, and we're just having a conversation. Yeah, and that's okay. I feel like people take these games a bit too seriously, and they get offended if anybody has anything other than what they think in their head. It's weird, but yeah. It's okay. You're allowed to love the game. For what it is. I hate that attack. Like, I'm dodging it, but I don't know if I'm too early or too late. I have no idea. Because I die right after, right? So I don't get to correct myself. I'm under-leveled. I don't know. Like, how much do I need to stay alive after that attack? It seems to be like heavy damage. Regardless. Isn't always a bad thing, especially, I mean, you're allowed to critique stuff. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Maybe the people critiqued it, that's why they gave us Sekiro, you know? We would have never had Sekiro. Maybe. And Sekiro is amazing, and it's got everything. Oh, Sekiro does need a remaster as well, I think. I mean, it still looks good. A Sekiro remaster would be amazing. If I understand all of the symbolism meaning of the story, neither do I. I'm just playing for playing sake at this point. Neither do I. I want to be able to roll into it, but it's too dangerous, man. Fuck, come on. Is there more than one? 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 Is there more than one, or is my game broken? Was there more than one this entire time? I didn't see it. Is there more than one? Are you trying to gaslight me? Is there more than one? So she spawns another one when the purple cloud shows up then. But then it stayed on longer than the purple cloud. I see. I didn't know that. I didn't see it before. Because I'm pretty sure we've activated the purple phase multiple times. If she connects, it can keep you in the darkness for... That's so confusing. Yeah, because I think the first time was way long as well. More minutes. That's all I have left in me. Because you all keep trying to tell me that I'm losing my mind at this point. Thank you, comrade. One more. One more. Or two, depending on how quickly the next one goes. Thank you, car. Yeah, I mean, for today, we've done quite a bit. And technically, we're on the last boss after this, so... I'll try and get the DLC tomorrow. Hopefully I can find it on the PlayStation Store, because it's a nightmare to find anything there. Quite not strong, eh? Jesus Christ, man. It's gonna be so satisfying when I learn how to dodge it properly, though. So satisfying. Hopefully tomorrow. Old Hunters DLC. Got it. This is the definition of insanity. I mean, we're all mad in this world, aren't we? It's okay. I'm just blending in. God, I hate this lift so much. Oh shoot, we haven't tried the other sword, Shikage. Omega, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Hi. Insanity kind of the point. The choir killed and drained a great one to create medicine for the masses. One's past judgment and caused blood users with beast food. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Thank you, I appreciate you. Welcome in. I was hoping to wrap up soon. Oh, this thing is doing damage though. Is that continuous damage that I see? No, I am so sorry. Ain't no way. That's literally killing me. Look! I can't do that. Yeah. And with this mode, I'm not doing that much damage anyway. I did like 200 per strike compared to the spare. Girl, you're doing too much. $260? 470. Ooh, oh, wait a minute, did you see that? Did you see that? Please tell me you saw that. Nobody has noticed, did you? Did you notice what just happened? Was that a stagger just then? Get so comfortable. So are you telling me there's two of them in here now? Okay. Bitch! Oh no, sorry. Oh, ooh, wow. If she's rolling this way, you have to dodge that way, basically. That's the trick to that attack. You have to dodge the other way. I was dodging into it. You have to dodge the other way. I mean, I'm panicking. I'm scared for my life. I'm so sorry. What would you do in my situation? I'm scared. I'm trying to stay alive. Damage in 2 hand is based on your blood sting. Oh yeah, I don't have that leveled at all. I don't have that leveled. I've got 14 compared to the others, 21. The one that doesn't teleport. I don't even know if I can tell the difference in that. It's too dark. Thank you for the follow, Roger. Oh, where are you from, Mega? That came in a different language. Girl, I didn't say going for another attack. The fuck? Holy crap. Can we get back, please? I'm not having a good time. Damn! Girl, can we... Tell me that wasn't cheating. She came out of nowhere. Out of nowhere! Okay, I'm gonna go one more pull, and I'm gonna call it. She came out of nowhere! She literally just teleported behind. She wasn't there before. She just showed up behind me. It's crazy. And the fact that she was able to one-shot me with that one singular attack is crazy. Oh shit. Let's get book paper. Because I did a lot of physical damage there. I think it would have gone a lot better if I had used a bit of please. Bow pip. Oh yeah, sorry. If I had some cloth. Thank you. Was that greed? Was that greed? I didn't even see her. She just teleported behind me. That wasn't greed. Oh, I don't have any. Okay, let's see. It'll be nice to get her tonight, but I'm not holding my breath, I guess. Yo, that was so close. That would have been the pool as well. It's so annoying. I should get more Haunter's Mark. I think that's what it's called, right? Do you like my legs? I should probably wear a lot more protection because I'm not doing myself any service wearing this crap. Like no damage mitigation whatsoever. I feel like that attack anyway. I don't even think I can mitigate it. Not with my actual gauge. Or the state of my current gauge. Drip. Oh, because I got the dress from elsewhere. I got the dress already, but from elsewhere. Yeah, because I actually thought I had to kill her to get the dress to begin with, but no. I got it from the castle. And if you wear the dress, I don't even think you can see the shoes because it's kind of long, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you can't see the shoes. That's why I'm wearing shorts, so I can see my legs. Ooh, oh, okay. This looks even better. Look at that. Nice. A bit of a thigh action going on. Sleet all the way to the top. Love it. Looking like a substitute teacher with a crown. Where have you ever seen that? Thank you, Max Worlds and John Clare as well. I appreciate it. And thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Those crazy dog crows, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, the shoes do not make any sense whatsoever. It's so funny. Okay. Bro, oh shoot, I didn't equip it. Ah, please don't kill me, I'm not ready. Not a single attack is being landed here. Am I doing less damage or am I tripping?
Bruh.
I thought she was gonna do the multiple swings. This is such a bad pull. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh crap. At least he's teleporting and not doing the proper thing. Fuck! Bro, I didn't ask you to swing. I did not ask you to swing. That was... such a bad pull. That was a terrible pull. I didn't... Oh, she's not dead? Is she dead or no? She's still got 1 HP left. She dead. That was a terrible pull. Terrible. And that was so messy as well. Right? That was so messy. So strange. Is there anything left here? Okay. Thank you. Sheesh. I'm glad we did it tonight, so we can officially say we've beat this game, kinda. So tomorrow I will look up what happened. I can see that. Why? No, we good? What happened? You set the house on fire? She did it, didn't she? I knew she was the final boss. The round table... Well, at least the round table wasn't in flames. There was like... What was that? Like the red thingy from fire? She left the stove on. Bro, this is so weird. Hi, Snow. Sorry. I know it's getting late. I'm trying to remove this thing from the screen. There we go. A backup save? Why? I need to talk to her. Why do I need to save? She's a real doll, but I don't trust. Neither do I. I mean, I look like the culprit here. I'm the only one holding an open fire, right? Thank you, Yoko Shima. I appreciate it. Without doing the DLC, got it. I'll try and get it. That being said, I don't know if I have it already as backup part of the game package on PlayStation Plus, but I'll look it up first. Okay, is she gonna say anything?
Good hunter, you have come. Dawn will soon break. This night and this dream will end.
Oh no, you missed
Gammon
it. It was
awaits
messy,
you
honestly. You didn't
at
miss
the foot
much.
of the great tree. Good hunter, I sense the ancient echoes.
Don't go.
They course your veins.
Don't go to German.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Don't go to her. Wait, did she say he set the house on fire? I was half paying attention. I know she said he was somewhere. Did you miss the final bloodstone? He's in the garden, but don't go to him. Right? I'm not going to him. Just leave him alone. If you plan to do the DLC... Oh, he's the final boss! Ah! He's the final boss. I see. Okay, so where do I start with for the DLC then? So I go stand there so I don't accidentally run into him. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't have put together that he was him at all. It's Cathedral Ward. There's no way I would have known. That's why I was asking, like, who's the final boss? Will I know who the final boss is? This doesn't give me a lot of hint, okay? No, I don't have it yet. I need to buy it first. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I wouldn't have known. Like, Okay, the house is on fire. I can still use it, right? Got the item. Ouch! That hurts. Get down. What item? What item? I've got a bunch of stuff, but I don't know what in particular. She'd be there on the floor next to the door. Did you beat the side boss? What's the side boss? Ah, I see. Okay. So what is there anything to do here before I get the DLC tomorrow? Okay. So just leave my character here then. And then go back to the dream. Okay. Well, this has been a fun stream. I'm glad we made progress today. I'll be back tomorrow, I think. $9.99, nice and cheap. I like cheap. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't think I have anything planned. So I'll be back. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Take care of yourselves. Have a good Saturday. Well, whatever is left of it as well. And I'm hearing something. I don't know if it's from the game. Thank you. Good night. What time will I be back? I don't know. I wouldn't put a time on it because I'm unreliable with timing, especially when it comes to stream. I do need to do a bit of cleaning because I'm having someone over. So, yeah, whenever I finish, I'll just jump on live. Really. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We shall see. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. Bye. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Appreciate you. Thank you. 6, 7.